for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
Mas maaga pa tayo sa 3 o'clock. The 27th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Our dear colleague from the city of San Juan.
Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord. Almighty God, we come before you this afternoon with a humble heart. Kami po ay nagpapasalamat para sa araw na ito na kami ay may lakas para gampanan ang aming mga tungkulin at misyon bilang likod bayan. As we gather in the remaining session days, we ask for your guidance and wisdom as we make important decisions for the betterment of our Filipino nation. Give us strength that we may continue to uphold fairness, justice, and compassion in carrying out our responsibilities and mandates, especially in deliberating the national budget, passing other important pieces of legislation, and pushing for programs which seek to uplift the lives of our kababayans. Grant us the courage to continue lending voice to the voiceless, providing hope for the marginalized in difficult times, and advocating for change for the common good. Panginoon, kami rin po ay dumudulog sa inyo at taus-pusong nananalangin para sa pagkakaisa ng bawat isa tungo sa isang matatag na lipunan. Mamutawi sana sa aming mga labi ang inyong mga aral ng pagpapakumbaba at pagpapatawad para sa kabubuti ng lahat. Panatilihin din po ninyo ang positibong pananaw at kasiglahan sa aming mga puso. Lastly, we pray for our beloved institution. We entrust our esteemed members into your loving care, and we pray that may your presence inspire them to continue representing the Filipino people with compassion and even beyond their work. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. While we are waiting some of our colleagues to come into the session hall, we suspend session for a minute. Please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Senator Alan, with 17, I see Senator Alan there as well. Alan Cayetano. With 17 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Before we proceed, Mr. President, we give honor to whom honor is due. That's what the Bible says. We wanted to acknowledge your First Lady, Mr. President. Our boss, Audrey Tansubiri, is in the house.
Thank you. She's the Speaker of my house. Speaker of the House.
The real
Subiri.
boss, Mr. President. We acknowledge her. Together, Mr. President, we'd like to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. NMYL La Union Chapter, guests of Senators Gatchalian and Ejercito. They're all here. We welcome them in this August chamber. The board member, Joy Ortega from the 1st District of La Union. I'd like to acknowledge the guests of Senator Villar. Guests of the Senate and DepSec Bilian, law students from the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila College of Law. They are also here. Guests of Senator De La Rosa. I'm not sure if they are here already. Secretary Benhar Abalos, PNP Chief Benjamin Acorda Jr., NAPOLCOM Commissioner Ricardo Bernabe III, other officials of the DILG, PNP, and NAPOLCOM. Guests of the Senate from the Metrobank Foundation, Mr. Aniceto Sobrepeña, Mr. Philip D., and the partners of Metrobank Foundation from various Rotary clubs, Mr. Jumi Borlaza, Mr. Carlo Benjamin Nis, Lieutenant General Raul Del Rosario, and Attorney Al Miguel Yogardo, Mr. President. We welcome
Thank you.
all of them.
Welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. Mabuhay po kayo. Welcome to the Senate.
Of course, Mr. President, please allow me to welcome my colleagues and my ates and kuyas and titas in the Jesus is Lord Church. We have with us Pastor Doming Rivera, Congressman Doming Rivera of Sibac Party List, Pastor Alex Garcia, Pastor Virgie Hernandez, Pastor Dino Tobias, Pastora Menchi Tobias, Pastora Amor Adela, Rani Adela, Pastor Adi Asi, Pastora Julie Asi, and Pastor Noel Kasimpoy of the Jesus is Lord Church.
Yes, welcome to the Jesus is Lord Church, to your Senate. Welcome po.
Mr. President, 3 of those pastors, 3 of the 15 students who started the Jesus is Lord Church, Mr. President, literally took care of me when I was growing up, Mr. President. Just
I
to
know,
put that on
we're happy
record.
that they're here with us today.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. President.
Cayetano is...
We're happy that they are here and we blame them for whatever shortcomings our majority floor leader has. It's just a joke po. Mahal na mahal namin ang aming majority floor leader and we thank you for raising him. Mr. President, may
yes,
I?
please. Our distinguished colleague from Taguig is recognized.
I am certain the record will show that I am late. I am not marked present. But may I just say that you cannot enter the Senate unless you walk 100 to 200 meters away from the gate. So I walked, Mr. President. I'm not asking for special consideration, but I think we need to, traffic happens everywhere, but it's the first time in my 19 years since I became a senator that I had to walk inside because it was not moving, like not moving at all. So can we just address that, because whether it's senators or our guests, siguro naman we should also be an example in traffic management, and medyo hindi talaga na-manage. For the record, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you for that information. We didn't know we were indoors the whole time. We'd like to address the OSA to please handle that. I guess sabay-sabay kasi we had the CA hearing, we had budgets of 2 departments here at the same time.
But
Maybe
Mis-
what we can do, yes.
But Mr. President, I did not see any traffic management person, and when they saw me walking, takbo silang lahat. So wag naman ganon, hindi naman kailangan na maglakad ang senador doon para mataranta tayo, 'di ba? Even our guests should be
Yes.
afforded those little courtesies naman, no? Baka na late sa hearing, mapagalitan pa ng senador, kawawa naman, and yet the traffic honestly was caused by the guests or the
Yes.
employees or basta people attending Senate events, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We appreciate that. We're instructing the Senate Secretary to act on that matter. And the reason why we started early, Your Honors, today is because there were some complaints of some of our senior members in age that we are always late. The reason why we are late is actually the request of the different chairpersons who want to extend their hearing. It is not because we are not doing our job. It's not we are sleeping on the job. It's just like the last time, Gibo Teodoro's hearing on the CA ended at 3 o'clock. And many other requests of our colleagues, like the executive session of the intelligence groups, that we had a hearing upstairs in the Senator's Lounge. So it's not because we're sleeping on the job. It's because we're very busy. But with that, I commit that we will start on time at 3 o'clock. Fair warning to all that we will start at 3 o'clock. Maraming salamat, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we will dispense with the journal later on and proceed with the reference of business later, Mr. President, at a later hour. May I move that we consider this juncture proposed Senate Resolution number 803. This is the resolution congratulating and commending the Jesus Lord Church worldwide. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved. May we ask our colleagues to settle down, please?
Yes,
We're
Mr.
going to give
President.
honor to the JIL Church through this resolution.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Resolution number 803. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman.
Before we do,
May
let's
we ask the
recognize
Secretary General to read the title of the measure, Mr. President?
Resolution congratulating and commending the Jesus Lord Church worldwide for 45 remarkable years of successful transformational ministry in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and in more than 70 nations worldwide.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara. I so move, Mr. President.
We'd like to recognize a distinguished gentleman from the province where surfing had originated in this country. No other than Senator Sani Angara.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Ginoong Pangulo, tayo po ay tumatayo sa bulwagang ito upang ipabot ang ating pagbati sa ating kaibigan at kasamahan na si Majority Leader Senator Joel Villanueva sa kanyang mga magulang na sina Brother Eddie at ang yumaong Sister Dory at sa lahat ng miyembro ng Jesus is Lord Worldwide sa kanilang pagdiriwang ng ika-45th taong anibersaryo. Mababatid po, Ginoong Pangulo, na itinatag ang JIL noong 1978 na nagsimula lamang bilang isang maliit na Bible Study Fellowship. Pinangunahan po ito nooy university instructor na si Brother Eddie at ng kanyang may bahay na si Sister Dory. Sa ngayon, 45 taong makalipas mula sa isang maliit na samahan, ang JIL ay mabilis na lumaganap hindi lamang dito sa atin kundi maging sa iba't ibang panig ng daigdig. Sa kasalukuyan, Mr. President, namamayagpag ang JIL sa may 82 lalawigan sa bansa at sa 70 mga bansa sa buong daigdig. Partikular na lumaganap ang JIL sa Asia, sa Europa, sa North America, South America at Oceania na posible pang dumami sa pagdaan ng panahon. Isa sa kahangahangang kakanyahan ng JIL, liban sa kanilang espiritual na paggabay sa kapwa, ay ang kanilang sinserong pagkakawanggawa, Mr. President. I especially commend JIL, their pastors, leaders, and volunteers for being very responsive during times of crisis. We see them joining relief efforts and disaster response-related activities through the iCare Compassion Ministries, which also implement poverty alleviation programs for poor Filipinos. Being the humanitarian arm of the JIL, iCare Compassion Ministries serve beyond the confines of the church and continually reach the people who are in need of immediate help and support. Dahil sa napakataas na antas ng kahirapan sa bansa, Ginoong Pangulo, naging bahagi na ng kanilang mga programa at proyekto na abutin ng ating mga kababayan na namumuhay sa matinding kahirapan. Isa sila sa kanilang mga prioridad upang kahit paano ay matulungan silang mamuhay ng maginhawa, matiwasay at may dignidad. Maging sa mga mag-aaral o mga out-of-school youth na nag-nais na ituloy ang kanilang edukasyon at nangangarap na makatapos, nariyan pa rin po ang JIL at handang tumulong sa pamamagitan ng kanilang scholarship programs. Kaysa maligaw ng landas, sinisikap ng iCare Compassion Ministries na iligtas ang ating mga kabataan at tulungang magkaroon ng nauukol na edukasyon, Mr. President. Maging sa mga usaping pampamilya, pangkalusugan, nariyan din po ang ating mga kaibigan mula sa JIL. Always providing help to underprivileged families and individuals through their many projects like the Adopt a Family, Pasa Love Medical Mission, and others. Kapuri-puri po, Mr. President, ang kanilang patas na pagmamahal sa kapwa. Walang diskriminasyon, anuman ang estado ng isang tao sa lipunan. Kung ang iba po, Ginoong Pangulo, ay nangingilag na makipag-usap o mapalapit sa mga kababayan natin sa mga bilangguan, ang JIL Compassion Ministries po ay walang pag-aalinlangang lumalapit sa mga kababayan nating ito upang ipalaganap ang pag-aaral ng Diyos. tumutulong sa pangangalaga ng kanilang kalusugan sa pamamagitan ng food assistance, medical and dental assistance, at nagbibigay din ng tulong pinansyal kung ang isang bilanggo ay nakalaya na. Ito ay para matulungan sila sa kanilang pagbabagong buhay. At tulad din nating mga kawani sa gobyerno, Mr. President, kabilang din ang mga kaibigan at kapatid natin sa JIL na nagpapaabot ng tulong at emergency assistance sa mga Pilipinong sinalanta ng iba't ibang kalamidad at trahedya. And to help Filipinos living in extreme poverty, the JIL offers a program where our poor can participate. This includes livelihood training where the participants are provided with appropriate skills training, and exercises. Maging sa mga kababayan po nating mga OFWs, Mr. President, hindi rin nakakalimutan ng JIL gabayan at tulungan sa mga panahong sadlak sila sa problema. Through the years, Mr. President, the JIL worldwide has been an important partner of our Philippine embassies and consulates in various parts of the world, helping our OFWs and other Filipino migrants who are in need of counseling services, labor-related assistance, and migration-related resources. Ginoong Pangulo, sa napakaraming kabutihang nagawa at patuloy na ginagawa ng JIL, nararapat lamang na ibigay natin sa kanila ang isang espesyal na pagkilala, kaakibat ang isang taus-pusong pasasalamat sa kanilang mga kahanga-hangang pagmamalasakit sa kapwa, sa kanilang walang pinipiling pagtulong at pagmamahal. Sa kanilang ika-45 anibersaryo ngayong taon, nararapat lamang po na ipaabot natin sa kanila ang isang sinserong papuri at recognition. Salamat po, Mr. President, and mabuhay po ang Jesus is Lord worldwide.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Angara. Next to co-sponsor but before, Mr. President, I move to recognize the next speaker, Mr. President. Senators Binay, Go, and Gatchalian would like to just insert into the records their co-sponsorship speech.
Yes,
Just
we
want to
take
put
note-
that on
we
record.
take note of the
Thank you, Mr.
manifestation.
President. Next to co-sponsor the measures, the gentleman from the province of Bohol and Davao, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized,
Our
Mr. President.
distinguished colleague from Mindanao and the Visayas, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. I rise today to co-sponsor PS Resolution number 803, congratulating and commending the Jesus is Lord Church worldwide for 45 remarkable years of successful transformational ministry in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and more than 70 nations worldwide. Thomas S. Monson, a great Christian leader, once said, "Miracles are everywhere to be found when faith replaces doubt and when selfless service eliminates selfish striving. The power of God brings to pass His purposes." The Jesus is Lord Church worldwide is a non-denominational Christian church founded in 1978 by Pastor Eddie Villanueva. The church has grown exponentially since its founding and now has thousands of members within and outside the Philippines. Mr. President, 45 years is no easy feat to maintain the commitment to become like the Savior, Jesus Christ, to help the needy and lost, to mourn with those that mourn, and stand with those who are in need of comfort. Indeed, it will take more than just a miracle to strive and help one another to be better individuals and Filipinos. Ganon po ang pinapakita ng Jesus is Lord Church worldwide. Regardless of religion, kapag ang isang tao ay namumuhay sa kabutihan at pagmamahal, mas gaganda ang mundo na ito. Katulad po ng nakakaalam ng nakararami, madami na po silang natutulungan sa kanya-kanyang komunidad, counseling services, labor-related assistance, migration-related resources, at madami pang iba. Truly, we are witnessing a miracle of selfless service. In line with this, I support the adoption of Resolution number 803, congratulating and commending the Jesus is Lord Church worldwide for its 45 remarkable years of serving others, modeled on Christ's example. I pray that the church will continue to be a blessing to our nation and the world for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator De La Rosa.
Thank you, Senator Boto. Mr. President, Senator J.V. Ejercito, our Deputy Majority Leader, would also like to insert into the record his co-sponsorship speech.
Yes, we take note of
At
that.
this juncture, Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, no other than Senator Bong Revilla Jr. So
Our
moved, Mr.
distinguished
President.
colleague from the historic province of Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla, who celebrated his birthday yesterday with the wonderful rendition of many Filipino songs. We'd like to recognize you, sir.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Mr. President, once again, we congratulate and commend the Jesus is Lord Church worldwide for their unwavering commitment to shepherd the flock towards the kingdom of the living God. 4 at kalahating dekada na po ang pagpapastol nila tungo sa misyong ilapit ang mga tupa sa Panginoon na may hangaring iligtas at hilumin ang sanlibutan, sabay ng paghahatid at pagpapalaganap ng salita ng Panginoon. With their untiring efforts for global growth, they have touched hearts and changed lives in 82 provinces in the Philippines and 70 countries around the world. Wala pong duda na sa tulong at misyon ng JIL, maraming pinukaw at binigyan ng inspirasyon. They help unite the herd back to the Lord's embrace. Kung kaya't kasabay ng selebrasyon ng ika-45 anibersaryo ng JIL, ang atin din pong pagpupugay at pagsaludo sa ambag nito sa ating lipunan bilang tagapatnubay tungo sa inspiritual na papanag-uli ng sanlibutan patungo't pabalik sa ating Panginoon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Revilla.
Mr. President, Senator Jinggoy Estrada and Senator Francis Tolentino would also like to insert into the records their co-sponsorships, which together with Senator Grace po. Let it be placed on record, Mr. President.
We put that on record. I believe Senator Cayetano is also raising his hand.
Mr. President,
Senator Alan Cayetano.
the ate muna, Mr. President.
Okay.
Senator Pia Cayetano is seeking the floor. May I move that she be recognized, Mr. President?
Yes, ladies first, of course, and not due to age, but due to experience. We recognize our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to insert my speech into the record, but I never have a written speech. So anong i-insert ko? So sasabihin ko na lang na kaharap po ang ating mga kapatid. First of all, congratulations, blessings more abundantly in the years to come. 45 years. Hindi ko alam if that is older than everyone present in the Senate Hall, no? Pinakabata yata dito is late 40s. So kaedad nyo na yung average age ng Senate. 82 provinces and 70 countries. Kaya mga kababayan, mga kapatid, those watching us, kahit saang bansa na halos kayo makapunta, makakahanap kayo ng JL, you will feel at home. You will feel the love of Christ and the Filipinos wherever you are. Usually may Pilipino, pero meron ding foreigners, and thank you for sharing the gospel all over the world. Mr. President, Jesus asked His disciples to lead with humility. When we rebuke with love. When we judge with compassion. And when we lead a life in simplicity, humility, and following the greatest commandment. Love your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is, love your neighbor as yourself. Can I just say that most people only look at that as biblical phrases. Those of us who were blessed to have a parents, a tita, a ninang, a neighbor who trained us in the Word of God, we memorize these phrases, di ba? But for most people, that only means something if you know somebody who lives a life like that. And can I just say to those who raised our Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, he does epitomize those values that I mentioned. mababa ho ang aking patience dun sa napakayabang ng mga public officials. Wala ho akong patience and I ask God for forgiveness. Pag nagtataas ako ng boses, pag naiinis ako, you can check YouTube, madalas ako magalit. Because I cannot stand when there are people of authority that do not try to work with compassion and understanding and humility. And I can honestly say, namuti na yung buhok ng aming majority floor leader to try to work fairly with all of us here. He will bend over backward para ma-accommodate. And hindi ho ito pagpupugay sa kanya. Pagpupugay po ito dun sa inyo na nagpalaki sa kanya and the values that you have inculcated in him. Hindi po siya perfect, make no mistake. Minsan binabatok-batukan ko din yan. But with all our imperfection, he tries to emulate that kind of leader that God wanted you and that you have molded. So ipagpatuloy niyo po ang maganda niyong trabaho all over the world. God bless JIL, God bless Brother Eddie, and God bless the leadership and all the members and the community of Christ. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr. President. And let me
colleague.
put on record, Mr. President, palalampasin ko yun dahil ate siya, Mr. President. But kidding aside, I'm humbled and very thankful and grateful to the manifestations of our dear colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is also seeking the floor. May I move that he be recognized, Mr. President?
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Padilla, is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Gusto ko lamang pong iparating ang aking malalim na pagbati sa ika-45 taong anibersaryo ng Jesus is Lord Worldwide. Alam niyo po, sa aming katuruan sa Islam, ang pinakamalapit sa mga Muslim ay ang mga Kristiyano. At yan po ay napatunayan sa kasaysayan, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat nung panahon na ang mga Muslim po ay under persecution ng mga pagano sa Arab, ang mga Kristiyano po ang tumulong sa kanila at ang nagtago sa kanila. At sila po ang nagbigay ng bansa sa mga Muslim. At hindi po yan nakakalimutan ng inyong mga kapatid na Muslim. At ang message po ng Jesus is Lord ay pag-ibig. At ito po ay napakahalaga sa panahon natin ngayon sapagkat ang Pilipinas po ay kilala sa pagiging religious. At ito pong nangyayari sa paligid natin ngayon na napupuno na po tayo ng iba't ibang klaseng fake news, immorality, lahat na po, no? Dahil nabigiging biktima tayo ng mga pangit na nangyayari sa social media. Kailangan po natin ng mga ganitong organisasyon, ang mga ganitong simbahan na magpapalaganap ng katuruan, ng gospel, at siyempre po ang morality, at higit sa lahat ang pagmamahalan. Napakahalaga po nito. At gusto ko ramang din pong malaman po ninyo, katulad po ninyo, ang mga Muslim ay inaantay ang pagbabalik ni Jesus Christ. Yun lamang po, muli, congratulations po at binabati ko po ang Jesus is Lord Worldwide.
Maraming salamat, kapatid Senator Robin Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, would also like to insert into the records her co-sponsorship speech. Let me
Thank you. We take
place that into
note
the
of
record.
that. Yes.
Mr. President, Senator Francis Tolentino changed his mind, Mr. President. He wanted to deliver his co-sponsorship speech. May I move that he be recognized, Mr. President?
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Francis
Thank you,
Tolentino,
Mr.
is
President.
recognized.
I join the celebration today as we celebrate the 45th year of this spiritual journey. We acknowledge the wise leadership of Brother Eddie Villanueva, and he has guided the Jesus Lord movement for several years. The selfless dedication and tireless efforts of its leaders and members have been instrumental in nurturing a strong and vibrant community where the teachings of Jesus are not just words, but a way of life. We also extend our deepest appreciation to the committed members of the movement who diligently practice the values imparted by Jesus Christ, both inside and outside the walls of the church. It is through their unwavering faith, service, and commitment that the Jesus is Lord movement continues to flourish and make a lasting impact on the lives of others, including several communities in the province of Cavite. As they embark on another year of this extraordinary journey, again, Mr. President, let them renew their commitment to spreading love, kindness, and compassion. Let us also strive to be the living embodiment of Christ's teachings in our daily lives so that the impact of this movement reaches far beyond these 45 years and continue to inspire generations to come. May the Jesus is Lord movement continue to grow and strengthen, acting as a beacon of hope, love, and faith for all of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last but not the least is the gentleman from Taguig and Pateros, City of Taguig and Pateros. I move that we recognize, Mr. President, our brother in Christ, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Alan Cayetano, is recognized.
Sir President, if we look at the book of Isaiah, may nakalagay po doon, you are our God, you are our King, you are our lawgiver, you are our judge. Kung sasabihin mo sa isang tao yon, sasabihin mo diktatorya. Kasi hindi pwedeng judge, lawmaker, prosecutor, presidente, executive, legislative, judicial in one. No? But the kingdom of God is perfect. God is perfect. That's why governments try to emulate, try to bring that kingdom here on earth. Kaya nga sa Lord's Prayer, it's thy kingdom come in heaven, di ba, here on earth as it is in heaven. Kasi perfect yung pagpapatakbo doon. Why do I mention this? Because we're not perfect. We try to have a system na nakahiwalay yung executive, legislative, and judiciary, but still may imperfection kaya ka may media, no? Yung fourth estate. But to many Christians around the world, you also need prophets. And this is what Brother Eddie is to many people, a prophet to the nation. A prophet, in a sense, is like the media because he has to say things that are from God that not necessarily gustong pakinggan ng mga gobyerno na yon. So I remember the time na sobra ang corruption, Brother Eddie speaks out. There are some contemporary issues na very sensitive, but it is not the words of Brother Eddie. It is the words of God that he has to speak out. But come to think of it, if Brother Eddie was here or any one of the millions of JIL members around the world, they will not ask us to glorify them. They will tell you, one, give all the glory to the Lord Jesus Christ. And number two, Brother Eddie will share the word with you. So, since last na rin po ako, maybe I can speak a little bit for Brother Joel. As majority leader, siguro hindi na siya babate sa JL, but kanina binibiro ko po si Senator Bato, sabi ko sobra namang aral mo. Kasi nakita ko sa DFA nag-aaral. Pagdating dito, inaaral yung speech niya, basa pa nung text. But siguro po, kung nandito si Brother Eddie, baka tinabihan tayo isa-isa at tinanong, kilala mo ba ang Diyos? Do you have a personal relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ? Do you know His kingdom? So siguro in honoring their 45th year, let's get to know what they're about. And again, yun po ang naniniwala kong lalabas sa bibig ni Brother Eddie. Kung nandito po si Sister Dory, of course si Mayora Joni, I know that cuts deep into the heart of the Villanueva family. But what brings them common joy is that the Lord gave them 45 years to say that, mga pastor ng JL, Jesus is Lord. Hindi, ano yung sinasabi prati ni Brother Eddie? Jesus is Lord all over the world. Jesus is Lord in the Philippines. God bless you. Thank you po very much.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague, Senator Cayetano. And before we act on the of course, the motion that the majority floor leader will make, if I can say just a few words.
Please.
Growing up as a young man and as a young child, we would watch your father, Brother Eddie Villanueva, on TV every night. And he would pray and he would preach the gospel of the Lord. And every night, it was always a calming, warming voice to listen to. Especially when he asks you to pray with him. At nagdadasal po siya para sa ating mga kababayan. Imagine how many lives he has saved by somebody distraught opens the TV and listens to his calming and healing voice. And I salute all of you for continuing to be champions of morality and faith, even up to this day. Minsan tayo, nagsasabi tayo, Kristiyano tayo, Katoliko tayo, pero minsan nawawala tayo bumapasok tayo sa dilim at nawawala po tayo sa ilaw. But the Jesus is Lord movement continuously maintains being a champions of faith and morality, and I salute all of you for that. Kaya mabuhay po kayo. May God continue to bless your organization and, of course, all the members of this wonderful ministry. So, my dear colleague, it will be an honor for me to approve the next motion that you will be making.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you so much. I'm speechless, Mr. President, and humbled at the same time. I give honor and glory to God. Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose any amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 803, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, proposed Senate Resolution number 803 is hereby adopted by the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and may I also move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution. So move, Mr. President.
With that, we take note and approve the motion of the majority floor leader.
Thank
So
you,
should
Mr.
we
President.
have a 1-minute suspension to?
Should we do it later, Mr. President? Or?
Okay, let's do all the resolutions first.
Yes, Mr.
All right.
President. Mr. President, at this juncture, before we proceed, may I just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery, guests of the Senate, because I'm sure all of us would be so happy to see the family of the late Senator Edgardo Angara, the family of our dear colleague, Senator Sani Angara. We have with us Tita, Ma'am Gloria Manalang Angara, Miss Ana Angara, Miss Katya, Gloria Lopez Vito. We welcome the family of Angara, Mr. President, in this August chamber. Also with us, Mr. President, is the President of UP, President Angelo Jimenez, and for UP President Emerlinda Roman, former CHED Commissioner Cynthia Bautista, UP officials, Dr. Leo D.P. Cubillan, Attorney Abraham Acosta, Dr. Tolentino, Dr. Paragas, and Executive Director Edgardo Atanasio. We welcome all of them in this August chamber.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, and it's nice to see Tita Gloria in high spirits together with the Angara family. As many of you know, Tito Ed Angara was a mentor to all of us. Me in particular, I'm very proud of that. He was my mentor in the Senate.
Same here, Mr. President.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, may I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution 812. This is the resolution congratulating the University of the Philippines President Edgardo Angara Fellowship Awardees. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Thank you. Thank you,
ask
Mr.
the
President. May I ask
Secretary
the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution congratulating and commending the University of the Philippines President Edgardo J. Angara, UP PEDIA Fellowship Awardees.
May I be recognized, Mr. President, to sponsor the measure?
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Majority Floor Leader, is recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. It is my honor and privilege to sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 812, giving recognition and commendation to the awardees of the recently relaunched University of the Philippines President Edgardo J. Angara Fellowship Awards, or UP PEDIA Fellowship Awards. Mr. President, the UP PEDIA Fellowship Award was established on September 29, 2008 by the UP Board of Regents to promote high-level policy discussions and research on topics that addresses national development goals and initiatives, including fiscal, budget, and financial studies, politics, public administration, good governance, employment policy, and job creation. Nito pong 2023, muling inilunsad ang UP PEDIA Fellowship Award para suportahan ang mandato ng Second Congressional Commission on Education o EDCOM 2 na aralin at suriin ang sektor ng edukasyon ng ating bansa at magbigay ng rekomendasyon sa mga reforma na kanilang ipinapatupad upang mas mapataas pa ang kalidad ng edukasyon sa ating minamahal na bansa. Mr. President, the UP PEDIA Fellowship Award is given to members of the academe, researchers, and scholars in the Philippines or abroad who have distinguished themselves in policy research and has shown leadership potential, experience, and most importantly, commitment to service and improvement of the education sector. For the relaunch of the award, a total of 19 research proposals by 23 distinguished individuals in their fields have been selected. The fellowship will last for 1 year, in which time the fellows will conduct research on the priority areas identified by EDCOM2. Let me congratulate them one by one, Mr. President. Kenneth Isaiah Abante and Dris Supreme Comia of WISOV Foundation. Dr. Michael Alba, immediate past president of Far Eastern University or FEU. Dr. Clive Argeles, assistant professional lecturer at the De La Salle University, and Joel Pauline Mendoza, education specialist consultant at World Bank. Dr. Lisa Grace Bersales, professor at the UP School of Statistics. Dr. Krista Danielle Yu, Associate Professor at the DLSU, and Dr. Michael R. Cabalfin of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. Dr. Maria Asunta C. Cuyegkeng, Dr. Geoffrey Ducanes, Dr. Maria Regina Hechanova Alampay, Dr. Enrique Niño P. Leviste, and Dr. Maria Glenda Lopez Uy. All are professors at the Ateneo de Manila University. Dr. Elizabeth King, adjunct professor at Georgetown University. Dr. Rosario Manasan, senior education policy economist and TA team leader, secondary education support program of the Asian Development Bank. Caroline Medel Año Nuevo, former education unit of the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa. Dr. Dina S. Ocampo, professor at the UP College of Education. Dr. Carmencita Padilla, national scientist and chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Manila. Dr. Maria Mercedes Rodrigo, professor at the Ateneo Department of Information Systems and Computer Science. Dr. Luis Sison, professor at the University of the Philippines. Dr. Luis Ray Velasco, executive member of the National Innovation Council and former chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Dr. John Paul C. Vergara, professor at the Ateneo de Manila University, and Dr. Felicia Yeban, full professor at the Philippine Normal University. As early as now, Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues, I am already hopeful and looking forward to what our esteemed fellows will find out in the respective research studies, as well as the recommendations to bring the Philippine education sector to new heights. Allow me, Mr. President, to also give special mention to the members of the UP PEDIA Fellowship Committee who thoroughly scrutinized the several applications submitted. UP President Attorney Angelo Jimenez, Senator Sani Angara, our dear colleague, Dr. Emerlinda Roman, Dr. Maria Cincha Rose Bautista, and Secretary Arsenio Balisacan of NEDA. Of course, all this would not be possible without the unwavering support of the Angara family led by our beloved Tita, Mrs. Gloria Angara. Coincidentally, Mr. President, the awarding ceremony early this afternoon is both a relaunch of the UP PEDIA Fellowship Awards and a commemoration of the late Senator Edgardo J. Angara's 89th birthday. He was born on September 24, 1934. The EDCOM 1, Mr. President, as everyone knows, is the brainchild of the great Sedja. Dahil din po sa EDCOM 1, kaya naisabatas ang Republic Act No. 7796 o ang TESDA Charter noong 1994. Masasabi ko po, Ginoong Pangulo, kung wala si Sedja, wala rin ang TESDA at maaaring wala din po ang nagsasalita sa inyong kaharapan sa bulwagang ito, ang inyong lingkod, ang inyong TESDA man. Nagpapatuloy po ang legasiya ni Sedja para sa sektor ng edukasyon at training sa bansa na pinagpapatuloy din po ng kanyang anak, our esteemed colleague, na kasama dito sa Senado at commissioner din ng EDCOM 2, Senator Sani Angara. Sa katunayan po, lumalawak, lumalakas at yumayabong pa ang legasiyang ito ni Senator Edgardo J. Angara dahil sa partnership ng UP PEDIA at ng EDCOM 2 at sa pagpupunyagi ng ating mga magigiting na mga fellowship awardees. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, congratulations to our fellowship awardees. Maraming salamat po at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Yes, maraming salamat sa ating Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano would also like to co-sponsor the measure. I move that she be recognized, Mr.
We'd like to
President.
recognize Senator Pia Cayetano of the City of Taguig and Pateros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd just like to greet in the audience, Tita Baby. It's so nice to see you. And of course, from the UP family, President JIL Jimenez, our UP Chancellor and National Scientist recently awarded. I have a resolution for you, which I hope we will be able to sponsor soon as well, Carmencita Padilla, former President Roman, and the rest of the UP family. I'd like to start my short sponsorship speech with the background of why we are here today and why we actually have this fellowship award. In the law profession, the late Senator Angara is obviously known as a lawyer, a very good lawyer. In the academe and in UP, he's obviously remembered as the UP president. He's actually my kabatch. He became UP president when I became a freshman, batch 81. And of course, as I said, in the academe, he's also known as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Education, and later the sponsor of many landmark education laws. I am not aware that the late Senator Angara was particularly athletic, but he was a major, natatawa si Sunny, I don't know if it's for a different answer, but the son is, okay, to be clear, the son is Mythical 5. But you break my train of thought, Majority Floor Leader. I'm not aware that the late Senator Angara was particularly athletic, but he was kumbaga sa mga NFL and NBA, kulang na lang is he owned a professional team. And if he was still alive, I'm sure the Senate team will ask him to sponsor them, but that would be way beneath him, no? He was instrumental, and this is all from memory lang, dear colleagues. He was instrumental in bringing Real Madrid to the Philippines to train our football players. They went as far as Baler, and then he invited me to bring football players to meet them as well. He worked very closely with the Tan family to push for football in the country, and we can see the results now. In August, we commended the Philippine women's football team that won their historic game against the host country, New Zealand. And I wanted to be sure that people remember how do we get to where we are? Well, that happened decades ago with the likes of the late Senator Angara, with that vision to bring sports, football in particular, to the Philippines and to support it. I'm going to mention a few other things that many of you might think are unrelated, but bear with me because I'm the chairman of the Senate Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, Futures Things, and it's my job to thread things together. So, as I said about athletes, during my sophomore year, we became during my sophomore year, we became the champion of the UP volleyball varsity in the UAAP. Hindi pa po nauulit yun. So kailangan pa payata ng another sedya. Excuse me, Senator Angara Jr. Hindi pa ho naulit yun. So how many years has that been? 30 plus years. We have not had a UP volleyball champion. We were the last batch, and I fondly messaged it in our group during the birthday of the late Senator Angara a few days ago that in return, we got a photo ops with the president, which is a big deal for a student athlete. We got a photo ops as athletes, naka-shorts and jogging pants lang kami, nagdamit po ako nun. And then we were awarded with a free tuition of 400 pesos for one sem. So, ang layo nang narating natin kasi ngayon, free tuition na lahat eh. Pero for the athletes, that's a big deal to be recognized and to have free tuition for one SEM. So, Sedja was also not a scientist, and correct me if I'm wrong, did he invent anything, Senator Angara? Hindi naman, ano? Was your father a scientist? Diba? Not that I know of, diba? Tita, I'm not aware that he was a scientist. He was not a scientist, but he chaired the Congressional Commission on Science, Technology, and Engineering, and he also pushed for so many measures that would support scientists. For the record, he's a lawyer like my dad. And then my last point is, he obviously was not a woman, but he authored the Rooming In Act, which is a law now that we take for granted because when you gave birth before, your baby was not united with you. Your baby, well, if you could afford to be in the hospital, the baby was in the nursery and the mom was recovering in another room for 3 days. But the rooming in law follows the science that a baby and a mom should have skin-to-skin contact. So here's a man, not a scientist, not a doctor, he's a lawyer, but he sponsored this bill. This means a lot to me because at that time, there were less women in the Senate. In fact, there may have been one. Was there? I'm not even sure, but was there a time that there was no woman in the Senate during his time? Maybe. But he sponsored this bill that helps women and mothers like me. And then years later, one of my first bills was a bill that further promoted breastfeeding. And he kindly educated me in the nuances of bill making, improving my law, but still ensuring that the foundation of that law, which was the rooming in law, was incorporated. So we now have the expanded breastfeeding law, which allows women to continue to breastfeed or to express their milk during office hours. They will be given time. They will not be discriminated if they do this in the workplace. And there's still much to be done there, no? Whether in government offices or we have a breastfeeding room here, by the way. And sa secretariat natin, I wanted that there's a sign so that if a breastfeeding woman comes as a resource person, alam nila that meron. Parang wala na yata sa baba. Anyway, so I mentioned all of this, and marami pa sigurong iba, to highlight why this fellowship award is very important. Because we need thinkers who can piece together the different problems of society and ideally hand it to the EDCOM 2 in a silver platter, in easily digestible pieces. So that we can make sense of the problems and really dig deep and understand what are the issues, what are the low-hanging fruits, what can we address immediately, what requires more funding, what requires Senator Angara or Senator Gatchalian to just call up somebody and get it done. And so we need these scientists, these educators, these researchers to use their own lessons in life, their own experiences, and their skill to find these solutions. We don't have time to wait. Countries around us are moving at the speed of lightning in their educational sector, and we are still dealing with problems we were dealing 20 years ago. So I am a huge supporter of this fellowship grants that we have. We want to see more of them. I think what's also crucial is what I said, deliver it to us on a silver platter and then help us digest this in amounts that we are capable of consuming as policymakers, but that the public is also capable of consuming. Kasi minsan, napapagod yung mga tao sa research. Research na naman. We want them to be able to see, no, this research transforms into this. Ito yung outcome ng research na yan. So on that note, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, hindi ko na po iisa-isahin, but a lot of these are luminaries in their fields. I look forward to seeing the outcome of this research, and I look forward to honoring them again when they present more outcomes for us to be able to use. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Thank you.
Senator Sani Angara, Mr. President, seeking the floor. May I move that he be recognized, Mr. President?
Yes, a distinguished colleague from the great province of Aurora, Senator Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. I just want to say thanks to both of you who delivered very impassioned and complimentary speeches for my late father. And natutuwa po kami at nagpapasalamat kami sa inyo. Thank you, Mr. President, also for your kind words. I just want to say thanks also because this fellowship was begun in 2011 when my father was still alive, and he helped fund it with an initial amount of 50 million, and the interest was meant to fund the studies. So in 2011, you had some, I think Jerry Sikat, national scientist Raul Fabella, ICC Judge Raul Pangalangan were some of the initial awardees of the PEDJA Fellowship. And there were awardees in 2013 and 2015, but for some reason, for 8 years, it lay dormant. So I just want to place on record my special thanks to UP President JIL Jimenez, who's here in the gallery, for fast-tracking the revival of this fellowship. And he was helped in this endeavor by members of the EDCOM who were really working night and day with our colleagues, the chair, Senator Win, Senator Joel, Senator Pia, occasionally Senator Cheese. Mr. President, we really thank them for pushing for this because I think the country needs it. And mahirap po yung gagawin nung binanggit ni Majority Leader na 23 na individual na will really take on yung sinabi ni Senator Pia, the task of not just research for its own sake, but research to help the country solve its most pressing and urgent problems, and not only in the educational system, but also when it comes to jobs, to our institutions. Are they still responsive to our countrymen? Nararamdaman ba sila ng ating mga kababayan na naghihirap madalas? So we are very proud of them, our awardees today, and we're very thankful for the revival. Our family is very grateful on behalf of my mother, my sisters. Nagpapasalamat po kami. And we don't want to take too much time for the plenary because we know it's our last week. So maraming salamat, Mr. President, Majority Leader, Senator Pia, Senator Win, and our colleagues. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And before we act on the measure, if I just can say a few words as well. I'm, first of all, congratulations to all the to the University of the Philippines Fellowship awardees. This fellowship, of course, is named after Tito Ed Angara, who I said was a mentor to all of us. I would have never been my first term as a majority floor leader if it wasn't for Senator Ed Angara. He was my original seatmate. Now, of course, his son is my seatmate, together with Senator Joel. We're in the seatmates group. But I used to be there in front, and Tito Ed Angara used to be right beside me, and right behind me was Tito Dick Gordon, all proteges of Senator Angara. And so on my right side, as minority floor leader, was the father of Senator Coco Pimentel, Aquilino Coco Pimentel. And those were the days, Your Honor, that we really could see this passion of democracy glitter with life and with color. And so many laws were passed, not because of the synergy of all the members, but because of the father of this great fellow here, Senator Sani Angara. And that's why I'm so happy that you honored him we honored him with the fellowship in the UP, PEGA, and we're proud to be part of this day and this occasion, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We really appreciate your kind words, and my father was very proud of you when you were Majority Leader at a very young age, Mr. President. I just forgot to thank, if I may, former President, UP President Emmer Roman, former CHED Commissioner Cynthia Bautista, and EDCOM Director KME, because they pushed for the revival of this fellowship, along with UP President Jimenez and his team. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just to answer to what you said, when he was proud of me, I was the first one to say that I wasn't ready. And it was your father. I said, I can't do it. And your father pulled me aside in the corner and he said, no, you can. You're from UP. You've had your experience in the House of Representatives. You can be the majority floor leader. He believed in me. He was the very first people that believed in me. Kaya mahal na mahal ko po yung tatay niyo. So, without further ado,
Mr. President, pasensya
Shall we
na ho
do
kayo.
this?
I would also like to mention, Mr. President, that when we were in TESDA, I would get calls and text messages from the great Tito Ed Angara. And until now, Mr. President, I will be forever grateful, Mr. President, for all the wisdom and knowledge that he imparted unto me, Mr. President. At syempre, masaya din tayo, Mr. President, dahil kasama natin yung kanyang anak na nagmana, Mr. President,
sa talino,
ng
sa galing.
kanyang kagalingan, Mr. President.
Opo.
At iba pa. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or propose any amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 812, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the Senate hereby adopts proposed Senate Resolution number 812. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, may I move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution? So
There
move,
being
Mr.
no
President.
objection, the motion is approved. All members are made co-authors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 724, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 741, 779, 782, 792, 805, and 808. This is the resolution honoring and commending the awardees of the Metrobank Foundation. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. May we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Resolution honoring and commending the awardees of the Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipinos of 2023.
My dear colleague, may I make an appeal to our colleagues in the Senate? I have to leave in a bit because I'll be given a doctorate in honoris causa, doctorate of
I was
public
about to
administration
congratulate you, Mr.
by
President.
PUP, and they're waiting in the PICC, but I cannot miss the photo opportunity with these three
Yes.
groups that are here today. Maybe we can allow, if with the permission of our colleagues, Senator Sani Angaro to give the sponsorship speech for the Metrobank awardees.
Senator Jinggoy, Mr. President, will
Yes,
deliver.
but we at least we'll have one.
Yes.
Then we can approve it. And then when we have the photo opportunity, when everybody comes back, continue with the sponsorship of the measures for Metrobank awardees. We cannot diminish the, and not proclaim what these good gentlemen and women have done for our country. So
Yes,
that's my
Mr. President.
appeal. Thank you.
And again, Mr. President, I'd like to place on record our advance congratulations to you, but you already spilled the beans, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I so
Our
move,
distinguished
Mr.
colleague
President.
from the city of San Juan, who was a shining light last night in the festivities of Senator Bong Revilla with his rendition of several Filipino Tagalog songs.
Daw, sample.
Oh, yeah. Mamaya sa loob ng lounge magsasample yan. Is recognized, Senator Jingo Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. Lately, we wake up disheartened to hear stories of civil servants involved in wrongdoings or misconduct. While there are those labeled as scalawags, the vast majority of civil servants take their responsibilities seriously. These individuals, who begin each day with a sense of duty and a deep understanding of the public trust vested in them, are the unsung heroes of our government. The 2023 Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipinos are no ordinary individuals. They go above and beyond their call of duty, and their accomplishments and community involvement have created a lasting positive impact on our society. Mr. President, this year's awardees, who joined the ranks of 675 Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipinos since 1985, have dedicated their lives to serving our country in various fields. Each one of them has made significant contributions that have touched the lives of countless individuals, families, and communities. In our educator awardees, Mr. Rex Sario, Mr. June Elias Patalinghog, Mr. Edgar Durana, and Dr. Jovelyn Delosa, we witness the power of knowledge and mentorship as they shape the minds of our future generations, instilling in them the values that will guide them to become responsible and compassionate citizens. One common thread among this year's outstanding law enforcers is their exceptional commitment to duty, characterized by a trailblazing spirit and genuine dedication to uplifting their community. Police Colonel Renel Sabaldika, a transformational leader for innovative law enforcement and community development within the Philippine National Police, empowered his colleagues to achieve radical reforms and facilitated the procurement of new infrastructure and equipment to improve the working conditions of fellow policemen. PNP's vanguard of police integrity, Police Major May Ann Cunanan, paved the way for stringent anti-scalawag operations within their ranks, eventually leading to the formation of the Integrity Monitoring and Enforcement Group. She also advocates for LGBT rights. Police Chief Master Sergeant Dennis Bendo, dubbed as the Manila City's police mentor for out-of-school youth and children in conflict with the law, led the establishment of the Ang Guro Kong Police Mobile Library to provide education and sustenance to juvenile delinquents. He also collaborated with the Department of Education on the Manila Police District's alternative learning system for indigent individuals, out-of-school youth, and children in conflict with the law. As for our awardees from the military sector, they are prime examples of highly motivated, competent individuals and agents of meaningful reforms and national development. Lanao del Sur's Peace and Youth Empowerment Sentinel, Staff Sergeant Danilo Banquiao, successfully mobilized and empowered the youth as active peace partners and advocates within their localities. He also organized efforts for former violent extremists, surrenderies after the Marawi siege, to become third-party advocates for peace and development within Lanao del Sur. Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Bitangkur, Assistant Commandant of the Philippine Air Force Basic Military School, engages the youth as a resource speaker in the series of campus peace and development forums of the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, or the NTF-LCAC. He is also a strong advocate of gender equality and safety from maltreatment and harassment. Known as the Philippine Air Force's model mentor on military training, he ensured the highest standards in training and treatment of trainees. Philippine Army Colonel Joseph Jeremias Dator's knack for intelligence has led to innovative practices in intelligence operations, earning him the distinction of Officer of the Year in every office he has held. His leadership resulted in the rehabilitation of former members of the CPP-NPA, leading to an insurgency-free Davao region. Mr. President, dear colleagues, these remarkable individuals toil behind the scenes, away from the limelight, and without seeking recognition. They persevere in the face of challenges, bureaucratic red tape, and sometimes limited resources. Their dedication is a testament to their commitment to the betterment of our society. In times when trust in government institutions may waver, these dedicated civil servants are the pillars that uphold the foundations of democracy and good governance. They exemplify what public service should be, a selfless commitment to the welfare of the people they serve. We owe it to these individuals to recognize their efforts and support their work. They are the real heroes, and their unwavering commitment deserves our utmost respect and appreciation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Estrada. Mr. President, Senators Escudero, Go, Binay, Gatchalian, De La Rosa, Legarda, Angara, and this representation would just like to insert into the records our co-sponsorship speech. Let it be placed into the records, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my dear colleague.
Yes.
And if I may, I'd just like to congratulate
Mr. President,
yes.
I think Senator Pia is also would just make a very short...
Our distinguished colleague from Taguig
before
and
we
Papelo,
act
Senator
on
Pia
the
Cayetano.
motion.
Thank you. Mr. President, you know when I say it's short, it's very short. But I cannot not stand up and honor the Metrobank awardees and of course commend the Metrobank Foundation, our good friends, the Metrobank family, of course, Chito Sobrepeña. Thank you for everything you do. As I said when I honored JIL earlier, we really want leaders that will shine by example. Thank you for all your work. In the days to come, we will continue to commemorate the accomplishments and the way you have given back to our country, not just in the halls of the Senate, but alam nyo naman, through social media. We want people to see the kind of leaders we have in different areas of our community. Thank you again to the Metrobank Foundation and congratulations to all the awardees. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr.
And
President.
if I may, Mr. Majority Leader, to my dear colleagues, we'd like to congratulate Colonel Joseph Sinio Dator of the Philippine Air Force, Lieutenant Colonel Bitancor of the Philippine Air Force, Staff Sergeant Danilo Banquiao of the Philippine Army, Police Major, Master Sergeant rather, Dennis Bendo of the Philippine National Police, Police Major Mayan Cunanan, also from the Philippine National Police, Police Colonel Renel Sabaldica from the Philippine National Police, together with our educators that are here today, Mr. June Elias Patalinhog, as well as Edgar Durana, and I have two people that I would like to make special mention because they come from my home province of Bukidnon, and I'm so proud of them. Mr. Rex Sario, as well, and from the college, the Northern Bukidnon College that I founded here 3 or 4 years ago through a law, and she's a teacher there, no other than Ma'am Jovelyn De Losa, Dr. Jovelyn De Losa. Very proud of these two gentlemen, lady, as well as all the gentlemen, men and women of the armed forces and the PNP and all the educators. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. And we are honored to be with all of you. And of course, to echo what Senator Pia had said, maraming salamat sa Metrobank Foundation. These people work hard to be able to get an award from Metrobank. You are an inspiration to so many. The Metrobank Foundation is an inspiration to so many teachers, soldiers, and policemen. Kaya mabuhay po kayo. I remember when we gave an award to Mr. George T. when he passed away several years ago. One of the reasons why we honored him with a resolution here today was because of his Metrobank Foundation, honoring all these brave men and women in the field of education and the armed services. Kaya mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Revilla would also like to insert into the record his co-sponsorship speech. With that, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or propose any amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 724, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 741, 779, 782, 792, 805, and 808, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Proposed Senate Resolution number 724, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolutions number 741, 779, 782, 792, 805, and 808 is hereby adopted by the Senate. Congratulations to the audience.
Thank you, Mr. President. And may I move, Mr. President, that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion of the majority floor leader is approved.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension and to allow our guests to approach the podium and receive the Senate commendation.
So we'll do it first by your brothers and sisters, our brothers and sisters in the JIL.
JIL Church.
And after which the Edgardo Angara awardees or fellowship awardees of
And
UP,
the,
as well as
Metrobank awardees.
Metrobank Foundation.
Yes, Mr. President.
So,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, Mr. President, would like to acknowledge our guests from the gallery, DILG Secretary Benhur Abalos, PNP Chief Acorda, NAPOLCOM Commissioner Bernabe III, and other officials of the DILG, PNP, and NAPOLCOM. Mr. President, at this juncture,
Welcome to the Senate.
Yes, Mr. President, we welcome all of them in the Senate. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 137 on Senate Bill number 2449. This pertains to the organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police, amending RA number 6975 and 8551. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, so transferred.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2449 is now in order. With the permission of the body, the Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice to insert into the record the whole text thereof.
An act providing for organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990 as amended, and Republic Act number 8551, otherwise known as the Philippine National Police Reform and Reorganization Act of 1998.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized. Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, good afternoon to you all. American Speaker Earl Nightingale once wisely said, "Don't let the fear of the time it will take to accomplish something stand in the way of your doing it. The time will pass anyway. We might just as well put the passing time to the best possible use." Today, I stand before you to champion Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137, a bill that seeks to institute transformative organizational reforms within the Philippine National Police. These reforms will amend Republic Act number 6975, also known as the Department of Interior and Local Government Act of 1990, as well as Republic Act number 8551, known as the Philippine National Police Reform and Reorganization Act of 1998. The core issue at hand, Mr. President, is not merely a matter of time, but a matter of urgency. For time is always of the essence. In 1998, the Philippine National Police Reform and Reorganization Act was enacted as response to the pressing need for change within the PNP. Now, in 2023, we find ourselves standing at a juncture where the echoes of the very need continue to reverberate. Over 2.5 decades have passed since Congress mandated this reform, and the PNP still languishes without the restructuring it so profoundly requires. Today, we must seize this opportunity to usher in a new era, an era of rejuvenated purpose and excellence for the Philippine National Police. While the proposed measure encompasses a multitude of reforms, allow me to underscore a few pivotal features of this bill. Firstly, we are reorganizing the organizational structure of the Philippine National Police based on the need of the organization and community, and anchored with the appropriate National Police Commission resolutions. We introduced in this proposed bill the institutionalization of the following offices created by the NAPOLCOM: directorial staff, area police command, special offices, and strengthened national administrative and operational support units. Secondly, we confront the vexing issue of undue influence in the appointments of chief of police positions within provincial governments, cities, and municipalities. Presently, the authority to select chiefs of cities and municipalities, the authority rests with local chief executives, a system that at times has opened the door to political patronage and unwarranted influence. Hindi nalingid sa kaalaman ng iba na kahit noong kasisimula pa lamang ng 19th Congress, nakailang hearing na rin ang aking komite tungkol sa pamamaslang or pagtangkang pagpaslang ng mga public official. In each one of these hearings, we were able to identify a common denominator, which may also be interpreted as a weakness in the composition of PNP. Sa ating mga provincial government, mga lungsod, at munisipalidad, ang kapangyarihang pumili kung sino ang mamumuno bilang chief of police ay nasa kamay ng local chief executive. What is the problem with this setup? It becomes an opportunity for utang na loob, which under normal circumstances can even be considered a Filipino virtue. But within the context of politics, and as we have witnessed time and again, utang na loob is a very dangerous thing, Mr. President. Upang tugunan ang problemang ito, nililipat ng ating panukalang batas ang kapangyarihang pumili ng chief of police. Hindi na natin ipauubaya sa ating mga mayor or gobernador. Sa halip ay lipat natin yan sa mga kamay ng PNP chief. To rectify this systemic flow, our legislation seeks to transfer the power to designate chiefs of police from mayors and governors to the PNP chief. This change represents a resolute stance in safeguarding the integrity of these appointments. Excuse me. Concurrently, we uphold the sacrosanct principle of local autonomy, ensuring that local government units retain operational supervision and control over the PNP units within the purview once the chief of police has been nominated by the PNP chief. Thirdly, we embark on the path to elevate the status and treatment of the Philippine National Police Academy and its dedicated cadets. The PNP serves as the vanguard of police education and the primary wellspring from which police lieutenants emerge. Under this legislation, cadets shall be accorded the prestigious title sorry, Mr. President. The cadets shall be accorded the prestigious title of police cadets, endowed with salaries, benefits, and emoluments commensurate with police executive master sergeant. This transformation not only recognizes their unwavering commitment, but also propels them toward excellence. Fourthly, under this measure, we align the compulsory age of retirement for the PNP with that of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, setting it at 57 years of age. Excuse me. This synchronicity ensures uniformity in the rules that govern those who protect us with our borders and those who safeguard us from external threats. Lastly, through this bill, we shall be addressing the perennial problem encountered by the PNP leadership, particularly on some rogue members of the police force. Under this bill, the chief of the PNP shall have the authority to immediately order the preventive confinement of erring PNP personnel while being investigated and or charged with a crime, they may be put in a place of confinement which shall be limited to barracks, quarters, or in a designated facility, similar to the military. This authority may also be exercised by the area police commanders, regional directors, provincial directors, district directors, and concerned chiefs of police. I dare say this is a bold move in the right direction, fostering better discipline and responsibility within the PNP. At this point, Mr. President, please allow me to recognize those who continue to tirelessly push for this legislation. The DILG, headed by the Secretary himself, Secretary Binhor Abalos. The PNP, led by no less than the PNP Chief, Police General Benjamin Acorda Jr. And of course, the NAPOLCOM, led by Commissioners Ricardo Bernabe III and Edelberto Leonardo. Their presence today, as this bill gets through the period of sponsorship, is proof of how much they support its passage. And of course, their willingness to help me hurdle interpellation and debates. Ngayon pa lang, nagpapasalamat na ako sa kanilang tulong at suporta upang may sabatas na ang panukalang ito. For a quarter of a century, the Philippine National Police has waited patiently for the much-needed reforms and reorganization they justly deserve. The time has arrived for decisive action, for bold change, and for unwavering commitment. Rather than dreading the onset of change, let us embrace it and embrace it as a unique opportunity. An opportunity that will not only elevate our PNP, but also fortify the communities they have solemnly sworn to serve and protect. Mr. President, this legislative measure is long overdue, consistent with the principles of innovation and enhanced accountability of the PNP. This bill is sponsored to ensure that our police force is better equipped to address contemporary challenges, uphold the rule of law, protect the rights of our dear citizens, and maintain public trust. Daghang salamat, Mr. President, and let us embark together on this transformative journey towards a better, stronger, and more capable Philippine National Police. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla, and Senator J.V. Ejercito, our Deputy Majority Leader, would just like to insert into the records their co-sponsorship speech. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the co-sponsorship speeches are hereby inserted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objection, the consideration of Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137 is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2432 under Committee Report number 118. This is the Bill on Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of the measure is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments and open the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar, for her individual amendments.
The principal sponsor of the measure, Senator Villar, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The following are my proposed individual amendments to Senate Bill number 2432 under Committee Report number 118, or the proposed Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. Number 1, on page 2, line 19, after the word beef, insert the phrase "and other ruminants." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 2, line 20, section 3, after the word carrots, insert the words "other vegetable." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 2, lines 20 to 21, delete the word cruciferous vegetable. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 2, line 22, after the word market, insert the statement "within the primary and post-harvest stages of the food supply chain." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 3, deletes lines 1 to 2, starting with the word daily, and add the following: monitoring and publishing, broadcasting the prevailing retail prices of agriculture and fishery products in all regions of the country. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 3, delete line 3 and re-letter succeeding definitions under section 3. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 3, line 6, delete the words "underpayment" and replace with "underpaying." I so move, Mr.
If there are
President.
no objections, amendment is approved.
On page 3, delete lines 22 to 23. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendment is approved.
On page 4, delete lines 27 to 28, starting with the word "is not" and replaced with the following: Number 1, is not registered with the Bureau of Internal Revenue, or BIR. Number 2, does not bear the graphic health warnings, or number 3, does not bear genuine BIR tax stamps. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objection, the amendment is approved.
On page 4, between lines 28 and 29, insert another definition which shall read: trade regulatory agencies refer to the Bureau of Plant Industry, BPI, Bureau of Annual Industry, BAI, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, BIFAR, National Meat Inspection Service, NMIS, Sugar Regulatory Administration, SRA, and the National Tobacco Administration, NTA, and I so move, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, the amendment is approved.
On page 5, delete lines 1 to 8, or the entire section 4, and place with the following: Section 4, agriculture smuggling as economic sabotage. The crime of agricultural smuggling as economic sabotage is committed when the value of each or a combination of agriculture and fishery products involved in the crime is at least 1 million pesos, using the daily price index under Section 20 of this Act, computed at the time the crime was committed. Section 4A, agricultural hoarding, profiteering, and cartel as economic sabotage, the crimes of agricultural hoarding, profiteering, and cartel as economic sabotage are committed when the value of each agricultural and fishery product involved in the crime is at least 1 million pesos, using the daily price index computed at the time the crime was committed. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
And as a continuation, I'm reading for Senator Tolentino the provision of existing law to the contrary notwithstanding, all violations referred to herein shall be under the exclusive jurisdiction of the Court of Tax Appeals. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, line 9, section 5, delete the semicolon and words "how committed." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, line 17, after the word consenting, add the word "to." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, line 3, after the word products, insert the phrase "which have been the subject of smuggling." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 6, line 4, delete the phrase Section 4 and replace with this act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, line 6, after the word areas, delete comma and the phrase imported through any of the acts herein enumerated. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, line 7, after the word violation, delete starting from comma until line 10. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, between lines 10 and 11, insert the following. Upon existence, on the basis of prima facie violation, the enforcement group, with the authority of the council, shall proceed, enter areas where the agricultural and fishery products are located, and confiscate the products and property used in smuggling, and effect arrest of violators. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, line 11 to 13, starting with the word "that," and insert the following. That any provision of the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act to the contrary notwithstanding, number 1, the lodging of provisional goods declaration and amendment of goods declaration are hereby disallowed. Number 2, the assessment of duties and taxes of the agricultural and fishery products shall be based on the classification entered in the import entry declaration as supported by the import clearance and invoice, purchase receipts of the importer. And number 3, the assessment and readjustment of appraisal of the agricultural and fishery products insofar as allowing the BOC to adjust and settle the final assessment are hereby disallowed. Upon the discovery of misclassification, misdeclaration, or undervaluation, the BOC or the Trade Regulatory Agency shall immediately notify the Council of such violation and transfer jurisdiction of the case and custody of the agriculture and fishery products and the property used in the commission thereof to any member or a combination of members of the enforcement group. The BOC shall maintain close coordination with the enforcement group on all agricultural, economic sabotage matters. Failure in the implementation of the immediately preceding paragraph shall render the head of concerned office of BOC liable to administrative and criminal prosecution in accordance with applicable laws and regulations. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, line 15, after the word program, insert the letter NSW in parentheses. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Anterior amendment, Mr. President.
Yes, with the indulgence of the sponsor, Senator Riza Ontiveros is recognized.
If I may, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, I was just updated that per the Office of the Good Sponsor, I will introduce my amendment page by page while the good sponsor is introducing her individual amendments. So just as a quick intro, Madam
I was
Sponsor.
informed,
Yes.
Miss.
Yes.
I
Mr.
was
President.
informed, Miss Majority Floor Lead, Assistant Majority Floor Leader,
Minority po.
that I will finish all my amendments
All
and
right.
you will do it your 5 amendments.
Just 4 amendments, good sponsor.
No, they said you included another one. 5 all in all. I didn't read the amendment because they said you will do it.
In any case, Mr. President, good sponsor, I submit, I'm glad to be corrected with a more updated input from the Office of the Good Sponsor. So, I submit, Mr. President, pagkatapos na ng individual amendments
No,
ng
you will-
sponsor ko, i-introduce ko yung akin. Salamat
Yeah.
po, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tiberos. Senator Villar may continue.
Okay. Nasaan na ba ako? Ito ba? On page 6, after line 16, insert the following. Provided furthermore that failure to implement the NSW shall render the head of the concerned office of BOC and other trade regulatory agencies liable to administrative and criminal prosecution in accordance with the applicable laws and regulations, provided finally that upon the effectivity of this act and until the full implementation of the NSW, the BOC and trade regulatory agencies concerned shall immediately furnish the Anti-Agriculture Economic Sabotage Council with electronic copies of A, all import application containing relevant information of the importer, consignees, and brokers; B, all import orders and import clearances; C, name of and other relevant information of the exporter; D, all certificates issued in the country of origin proving compliance with the conditions set in the import clearance; E, other equivalent document issued to or submitted by importers of agricultural and fishery products; and F, such other relevant document as may be required by the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Council pursuant to the implementation of this act. Failure to furnish the Council with the above enumerated document shall render the head of the concerned office of BOC and trade regulatory agencies liable to administrative and criminal prosecution in accordance with applicable laws and regulation. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
The National Single Window System. Nabasa ko na ba? Nabasa ko na. On page 6, line 17, delete the semicolon and the words "how committed." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, line 23, delete the phrase "products 30% higher than his usual inventory" and insert "agriculture and fishery products." No. Ito. Hindi, siya si Risa yan eh. At saka ito. Ito ba? Alin ang kay Risa?
Susana siya dapat.
24 siya. So I'll read 23. Ako ang 24, siya 23. Okay. On page 6, line 23, delete phrase "products 30% higher than his usual inventory" and insert "agriculture and fishery products except rice 30% higher than his usual inventory and unreasonably limits, refuses, or fails to sell the same to the general public at the time of discovery of the stocks." I am so moved, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, after line 27, insert the following: "There shall be prima facie evidence of hoarding of rice when a rice miller has stocks 50% higher than the total rice inventory during harvest months and 30% higher during lean months, 1 year preceding the time of discovery of the stocks, and unreasonably limits, refuses, or fails to sell the same to the general public at the time of discovery of the stocks." I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 6, delete lines 28 to 31 and replace it with the following paragraph: "Upon existence on the basis of prima facie violation, the enforcement group with the authority of the council shall proceed enter areas where the agriculture and fishery products are located, and confiscate the products and properties used in hoarding, and effect arrest of violators. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 7, delete lines 1 to 16, starting from the semicolon and replace with the following. Agricultural profiteering as used in this act is the sale or offering for sale of the agriculture and fishery products at a price grossly in excess of the daily price index in the face of existing shortage as declared by the Council, emergency or state of calamity. There shall be prima facie evidence of profiteering whenever a product is being sold or offered for sale by more than 10% of the daily price index 30 days prior. Upon existence on the basis of the prima facie violation, the enforcement group with the authority of the Council shall proceed, enter areas where the agriculture and fishery products are located, and confiscate the products and properties used in profiteering, and effect arrest of violators. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 7, line 7, delete the phrase cartel, how committed, and replace with engaging in cartel. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 7, line 18, after the word persons, insert a comma in the statement, each with inventory of agriculture and fishery products valued at least 1 million pesos using the daily price index. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 7, line 21, after the word price, replace the comma with a period and delete starting with the word involving up to line 24. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 8, delete lines 3 to 10, starting from the words perform uniform and replace with the following. Perform uniform, simultaneous or complementary acts among themselves, thereby stifling competition, which tends to bring about artificial and unreasonable increase in the price of such products to the detriment of consumers, or the decrease in farm gate prices of such products. Upon existence and on the basis of prima facie violation, the enforcement group with the authority of the Council shall proceed, enter areas where the agricultural and fishery products are located, and confiscate the products and property used in cartel, and effect the arrest of violators. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 8, between lines 10 and 11, insert another new section which shall read, Section 9, Financing Agriculture Economic Sabotage Crimes. Any person who directly or indirectly, willfully, and without lawful excuse possesses, provides, collects, uses, or makes available property, funds, financial service, or other related services, or funds the creation of dummy or fictitious entities with the willful intention that they should be used in full or in part to carry out or facilitate the commission of any of the crimes of agricultural economic sabotage, shall suffer the penalty provided under Section 12 of this Act. And renumber the succeeding section. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 8, line 12, after the word facilities, insert the phrase intended for agricultural and fishery products. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 8, line 16, replace section 11 with section 12. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 8, delete lines 18 to 20 and replace with the following. Section 11, record keeping. Every person being investigated of any of the crimes under this act who fails to. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 8, line 23, replace the letter A in the word act with the capital letter A. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 9, line 5, delete the word successful. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 9, line 6, after the word section, insert the phrase without entitlement to commutation of sentence. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 9, delete lines 12 to 13, starting with the word section and replace with sections 4 and 4A of this act may be considered by the court as an indication in determining the non-bailability of the offense. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 9, line 26, replace section 16 with section 17. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 10, line 1, delete the phrase creation, establishment of the. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, the amendments approved.
On page 10, line 4, replace the word his with the word the and delete the word additional. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, the amendments approved.
On page 10, line 7, delete the Department of Trade and Industry or DTI and reletter the succeeding enumeration. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 10, after line 21, insert the following. Provided that the representative of the member agency shall be at least an undersecretary level. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, there being none, amendments approved.
On page 10, line 22, after the word provided, insert the word further. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 10, after line 27, insert the following. Provided further that 1/3 of the members with the chair or his designated permanent representative present shall constitute a quorum. Provided finally that members of the council shall be duly notified of any meeting at least 3 days prior to the scheduled meeting. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 11, delete lines 3 to 4 and reletter the succeeding subparagraphs of section 13. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 11, delete lines 7 to 10. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 11, delete lines 18 to 20. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 11, line 21, before the word enlist, insert the word coordinate and. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 11, line 23, after the word units, insert the phrase as well as the business sector and non-government organization. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 11, after line 25, insert the following. H, exercise police authority by issuing letters of authority and mission orders authorizing any member or a combination of members of the enforcement group to effect search, seizure, and arrest. I, authorize the inspection and visitation by any member or a combination of members of the enforcement group of areas where agricultural and fishery products covered by this act are stored or kept. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 11, line 26, after the word determine, insert the words and declare. And on line 27, delete 6 and. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 11, deletes line 28 to 29. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 12, line 3, add and properties used in the commission of the crime of economic sabotage. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 12, line 8, delete the word its own and replace with big letter A. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 12, line 9, after the word emoluments, delete the word who and insert the phrase majority of whom. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 12, line 11, after the word council and the phrase consistent with civil service law, rules and regulations end. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, amendments approved.
On page 12, delete lines 12 to 13. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 12, line 25, replace section 18 with section 19. I so move, Mr.
If
President.
there are no objections, the amendments approved.
On page 12, line 29, after the word "the," insert the phrase anti-agricultural economic sabotage. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, the amendments approved.
On page 13, line 16, after the word group, insert the phrase "with authority from the council." On the same line, delete powers and replace with duties. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 13, line 20, delete the phrase confiscated, seized, or surrendered. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 13, line 20, after the word products, insert the phrase "and property used in the commission of the crime of economic sabotage." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 13, line 21, after the word stored, insert the words "are kept" and delete the succeeding phrase "to ensure that such commodities are not being ferreted out or removed without proper documentation," and ending on line 22. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 13, delete lines 23 to 28, and on the following page 14, delete lines 1 to 3 and replace with the following. Secure copies of documents pertaining but not limited to the records of business transaction on and the nature and particulars of the agriculture and fishery products subject of smuggling, hoarding, profiteering, and cartel end. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 14, line 4, insert the words vehicle, vessel, aircraft. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 14, replace the title of the section to read "Custody of confiscated, seized, or surrendered agricultural and fishery products and property used in the commission of the crime of economic sabotage, destruction of smuggled products, disposition or donation of locally sourced products." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 14, line 19, replace section 15 with section 16. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President,
Yes, with the indulgence of Senator Villar, Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
with the indulgence of the good sponsor, Mr. President, can I, before I make my motion, can I have 1 minute suspension, Mr. President?
Yes.
If it is allowed by the rules,
Yes, sir.
can
Session
I ask
suspended.
for 1 minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President. Thank you.
We have discussed his amendment, and he will say it later. I will just finish all my amendments, and he will make his amendments later.
Yes, please proceed, Senator Villar.
On page 14, line 9, replace section 15 with section 16. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 14, line 25, delete the word accused and replace with occupant. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 14, line deletes lines 25 to 27, starting with the word accused and ending with the word official, and replace with the phrase occupant or, in their absent, any disinterested person. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 14, line 27 to 28, delete the words or the media. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 15, lines 22 to 23, delete starting with the word suffer and replace with the phrase be administratively liable. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are objections, the amendment is approved.
Ito kay ano na to, 75? Akin ba yan? Okay. On page 16, delete lines starting with the word or up to line 11 the word priority. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 16, line 18, delete the phrase citizen suit action who shall file and replace with citizen suit. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, the amendment is approved.
On page 16, line 18, delete starting with the words a member up to line 21 with the word sector and replace with any person. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 16, line 27, replace the word department with DA. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 17, delete lines 1 to 3. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, the amendment is approved.
On page 17, line 4, replace the word department with DA. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, the amendment is approved.
On page 17, line 7, delete the phrase department and other government agencies cited herein. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 17, after line 9, insert the following. The Department of Budget and Management shall allocate the funding necessary for the implementation of the daily price index. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 17, line 14, after the word laws, insert the phrase shall be transferred to the Court of Tax Appeal. And I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 17, delete lines 1 to 5, starting with the word the and ending with the word act, and replace with the following. The initial amount of 500 million pesos is hereby appropriated under the Office of the President for the implementation of this act. Thereafter, such amount necessary to carry out the provisions of this act shall be appropriated in the Annual General Appropriations Act. And finally, the title of this bill is hereby changed to the following.
Last ba to?
An act defining the crimes of agricultural...
Yes, Senator Villar, the title will be the last to be amended.
Yeah.
Can we defer this and
Okay.
make it the last?
Okay.
The title should be the last to be amended.
Sige. Subject to style, Mr. President, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Si Risa at saka
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Bohol Province, Senator Bato de la Rosa, for his individual amendments.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 14, lines 25 to 28, and page 15, lines 1 to 4, under section 16, subparagraph A, after the word same, delete the following: in the presence of the accused or the persons from whom such items were confiscated or seized, or their representative or counsel, with an elected public official and a representative of the National Prosecution Service or the media, who shall be required to sign the copies of the inventory and be given a copy thereof, provided that the physical inventory and valuation by the authorized representative of the council and taking of video recording and or photograph shall be conducted at the place where the agricultural and fishery products are found. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor
We
have
accept
to
the
say?
amendment.
So the amendment is accepted, is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 15, lines 9 to 10, after the word photograph, delete the following: the persons mentioned in the above subparagraph, and replace it with a representative of the council. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
We accept the amendment.
So the amendment is accepted, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all, good sponsor. Thank you for accepting my individual amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, our Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, may I be recognized to just give one amendment, introduce one amendment, Mr. President, if I may, Mr. President.
Yes, the Majority Leader is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This is in Section 13 on the powers and functions of the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Council. Mr. President, on page 11, between lines 14 and 15, insert a new item, letter F, which shall read, letter F, establish a comprehensive tracking and tracing system to oversee the value chain of agricultural commodities and collect and report real-time data on production, processing, transportation, storage, sale, import, and export documentation. That is our proposed amendment, Mr. President, and re-letter the succeeding items accordingly with the indulgence and with the permission of the distinguished sponsor.
What does the sponsor have to say?
Yeah, we accept the amendment, except it's very hard to do.
So the amendment of the Majority Leader is accepted. This hereby approved.
Hope springs eternal, Mr. President, and that's the reason why we wanted this particular provision. Thank you to our distinguished colleague for accepting the amendment of this humble representation. Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, would also like to introduce her individual amendments. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Minority Leader, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Briefly, Mr. President, we reiterate our support for this bill and the efforts to stamp out smuggling, hoarding, profiteering, and cartels, especially for agricultural commodities. These wicked acts hurt our most vulnerable, farmers and consumers who rely on the availability and price stability, especially of very basic needs. We wish to introduce only a few amendments to ensure that the evils sought to be eliminated are better targeted, that all contributory offenses by public officers are covered, and that confiscated goods are given directly to those most in need. So, first of all, Mr. President, good sponsor, an amendment, proposed amendment to Section 5, smuggling. On page 6, line 10, Of course, this is the clean copy as of 23rd September. Page 6, line 10, I propose to insert the new sentence. Sale of agricultural and fishery products 30% below the daily price index shall also raise the presumption that acts of smuggling have been committed.
I accept the amendment.
Thank
So
you.
the sponsor accepts, thereby the amendment is hereby accepted.
Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. Secondly, I propose an amendment to Section 6 on hoarding. On the old page 6, lines 18 to 19, delete the phrase, "in the face of existing shortage of products, artificial or real," referred to in Section 4 of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
I accept the amendment.
So the sponsor accepts, thereby the amendment of Senator Tiberos is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good sponsor. Next, a proposed amendment to Section 11 on penalties. On page 9, the old page 9, line 6, after the word suspect, insert the phrase, "or commits any of the corrupt practices under Section 3 of Republic Act Number 3019 for the purpose of facilitating agricultural economic sabotage." I so move, Mr. President.
We
Yes,
accept the amendment.
So the sponsor accepts, the amendment of Senator Antiveros is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Same section 11, on same page 9, line 9, after the word benefits, insert the new sentence. Direct pecuniary or material benefit is not necessary in order to prove that a government officer or employee has aided and abetted the commission of the crime. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes,
I accept the amendment.
The sponsor accepts, the amendment of Senator Tiberos is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. So for the record, the paragraph shall now read, "If a government officer or employee is the offender of any of the crimes as economic sabotage, or abets or aids in the commission of the crime, or prevents the filing of a case or its successful prosecution, or prevents the actual arrest of the suspect, or commits any of the corrupt practices under Section 3 of Republic Act Number 3019 for the purpose of facilitating agricultural economic sabotage, the penalty shall be as provided in the first paragraph of this section, and shall suffer the additional penalties of perpetual disqualification from holding public office, exercising the right to vote, from participating in any public election, and forfeiture of employment, monetary and financial benefits. Direct pecuniary or material benefit is not necessary to prove that a government officer or employee has aided and abetted the commission of the crime. And lastly, Mr. President, good sponsor, a proposed amendment to Section 16, disposition of confiscated, seized, or surrendered agricultural and fishery products. On the old page 15, line 28, to the old page 16, lines 1 to 4, I propose to delete the phrase, "donated by the council to the katuwang sa diwa at gawa para sa masaganang ani at mataas na kita, kadiwa, or succeeding similar program of the department for sale in its markets, the profits of which shall be used in support of its programs and projects for the small farmers and fisherfolk," and replace with "disposed by the council or donated to the Department of Social Welfare and Development or local government units." I so move, Mr. President.
I accept the amendment.
So it's accepted by the sponsor. The amendment of Senator Tiberos is hereby approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good sponsor. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tiberos, Majority Leader.
Can I read now the title? The change of the title?
Yes, we are not done yet with the
who
amendment.
else?
So we will do it last, dear sponsor. That's usually the last
Sabi ni ko,
to be read. Meron ba? Meron pa? Meron pa si Pia. May dalawa pa.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2432. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2426. This is the bill on Tatak Pinoy, Proudly Filipino Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is hereby in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of September 25, 2023 as our working draft. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the gentleman from Aurora, Senator Sani Angara, for his individual amendments.
Our sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. No more amendments from this representation, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I am trying to find someone, Mr. President. I'm being tempted to... Mr. President, kidding aside, with no other amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, period of individual amendment is hereby closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2426. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations to our distinguished sponsor.
To our sponsor.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Sani
President,
Angara.
Majority Leader. May I just take a short a few moments of the plenary? I want to thank the Senate leadership, especially to use basketball lingo, all the pick setting and assists from our Majority Leader to really fast track this very not simple. It's not a simple bill, Mr. President, and I thank you for putting in the time. And I'd like to thank also the Senate President, Senator Lauren, the minority, who have been very supportive, and of course our friends in the executive, especially sa DTI, BOI, Yusek Aldaba, Yusek Rodolfo, ED Correa de Chosa, Mr. Dino John Recto, Attorney Perez, Ryan Perez, DTI Export Marketing Bureau Director Sikimte, Assistant Director Ilano, Ms. Patricia Elaine Estrella, Competitiveness Bureau Director Lilian Salonga, Cheryl Santos, Grace Tangcanco, and Angel Quejada, Design Center Director Matute, Ms. Josephine Cruz, and Carla Placido, and from the DOF, the Fiscal Incentives Review Board, ASEC Danofrata, Deputy ED Joseph Lacson, Mr. Alan Paran, from NEDA, ASEC Canso, Director Ganapin, Assistant Director Balester, and of course, Sec RC Balisacan. From DICT, USEC Josel Batapasique, Director Emmy Delfin, DOST Secretary Solidum, and RCPED Jerry Petilla. From DOE, DOE, Department of Energy, USEC Guevara. From TESDA, Ms. Maria Flor de Lisa Leong. From CHED, Dr. Toralba. From DepEd, Ms. Lee Macalisang and Sarah Jane Atienza. From DOLE, Mr. Jerome Lucas. From the GPPB, or the Procurement Policy Board, Director Ruiz, Attorney Galias, and Mr. Bareng. From the Competition Commission, Attorney Sawit and his team, and Presidential Advisor on Investment and Economic Affairs, DECGO. And from the PISAC, Mr. Boitis, Mr. Concepcion, Mr. Gokongwei, Mr. Borromeo. And from the Cement Manufacturers, Mr. Dizon. From the Philippine Iron and Steel Institute, Mr. Magsaho. From PCCI, Sergio Ortiz Luis, George Barcelon. From SAPI, Dr. Dan Lachica, and other private sector organizations, Federation of Filipino Chinese Chambers of Commerce, IBPAP, Analytics Association, Blockchain Council, and we will submit the list of additional individuals, Dr. Krista Yu, Dr. Ron Mendoza, Dr. Antoinette Raquiza, so many people who helped us, Mr. Johnny Chaus, Joval Pantanco, Jude Ocampo, Dr. Chris Monterola, Erica Ligara, Professor Jesus Felipe, Dr. Nene Guevara, Mr. Toti Chequiamco, Kenneth Cobonpue, June Huban, Cor Kenares, Mark Maley, JP Anglo, and JR Royal. And my staff, of course, who really worked very hard on this bill. Salamat, Mr. President. Thank you again, Majority Leader.
Thank
Salamat
you,
ng marami.
Senator Sani Angara. Again, congratulations on the passage of the Tatak Pinoy measure. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. We again put into the records our sincerest thanks and gratitude to our Chairman of the Committee on Finance for spearheading this very important and landmark legislation, Mr. President, that would create so many jobs for our kababayans. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2426. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2426 is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2439 under Committee Report number 120. This is the Bill on Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, or PENCAS Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2439 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor, our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Senator Lauren Legarda, our principal sponsor, our Senate President pro tempore, and our Minority Leader is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our sponsor, this interpellation is being made necessary because of the complexity of the subject matter. Mr. President, we need to, the sponsor says we must measure what we treasure. Ako naman siguro, we must understand what we treasure, Mr. President. So,
Yes, I welcome the Minority Leader's interest in the measure. And I know that our Deputy Minority Leader also signified to be co-author. And I know once you understand it, and with your brilliant mathematical mind and being a bar top-notcher, you will be an advocate for the measurement. You know, Mr. President, when I stood here in 2007 and defended, let's say, the Climate Change Act, at the time, it was your distinguished father, Senator Aquilin Pimentel, perhaps just him and a few more, who understood what I was talking about. And he would always stand to support me as a very young senator to, when I was handling issues which were not very common at the time. And so here's the younger Pimentel. I know and I hope that you will not make it very difficult for me, because I must admit, it is also a learning experience for me. So just like the culture mapping, where you fully supported it and your mind had improved the measure in BICAM, same here. I am learning together with you as you ask the questions. I have the experts here beside me. This representation may not be an expert, but 100% advocate and passionate about it. And the time has come for us to measure what we treasure. So I'm ready for your questions to the best of my ability.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So this will be actually a dialogue, not an interpellation,
Yes.
Mr. President. So I have been informed, Mr. President, that the natural capital accounting idea began in 1991, and then there have been several initiatives from our national government to observe this or implement this. So that's around 40 years ago.
91.
More than 40 years ago. 30 pala. 30 years ago, Mr. President. So may we know why it has not taken off, Mr. President, as a concept and practice?
Can I have the page, Eva? Since 1991.
Then i-distinguish ko sa pag-distinguish ko.
Yes. 1991, yes, that's when the government recognized the concept of natural capital accounting. And yes, we tried in various projects. And at the time, the account compiled environmental statistics as part of the bigger account that tries to quantify the total expenditure earmarked for environmental protection. So your question is, why has it not taken off? In fact, Mr. President, it has taken off, and there are agencies of government that have utilized it. Let me just state some of the projects. When I filed it in 2007, it was called SIA. It was still at the time an in experimental phase. There might have been concerns about the technical complexity, as you say, of natural accounting, because natural capital accounting has intricate methods, and the data collection process may not be that simple. But why is it important? So, for too long, Mr. President, our economic indicators have been nature blind. We undervalue or do not value at all our ecosystems that are the very basis of our economy. Our planning and our accounting have failed to account for nature's stock and services to the extent that we have degraded ecosystems enough to have lost those services. So we measure our gross domestic product, our GDP, based on goods and services. We also measure our human capital. But do we measure our natural capital? We do not measure it. So it's like doing basic housekeeping. We are including a capital that is not measured in the total accounting of our inputs and outputs. With PENCAS, with an environmental natural resource accounting, it would provide us clear directives with the agencies of government so that we have the data to assess both the physical and monetary worth of ecosystems, including forests, watersheds, coastal, and marine areas. It's a data-driven approach that will inform policy making, that will allocate resources efficiently and raise public awareness and align with global sustainability goals, solidifying the importance of preserving these invaluable natural assets for economic and environmental well-being. It took some time for the United Nations to do it as well. I think it was in 2012 for SIA and 2022 for ecosystem accounting. So NEDA has been doing it. There's a small team doing it in NEDA. The Philippine Statistics Authority, the experts are here. They are patiently explaining it to me as well. So it takes time, but there have been an effort in government, and I thought that from 2007 when I filed it, and it's 2023, the time has come for us to try to understand this.
So, I get it from our sponsor, Mr. President, that this has actually taken off. If NEDA has been using it,
Oh, yes.
PSA has been using it, so is the lack of a law the obstacle, Mr. President, so that the entire government bureaucracy, policy-making bodies like Congress will start using natural capital accounting, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. Hindi
Do
po
we need
ito-
a law? We need this law?
Ito po. Number one, I'll answer the second question. Do we need the law? I asked him the same thing. Yes, because right now it's ad hoc. According to Yusek Rose Edilion, what do you call the bureau in NEDA? Huh? What do you call the bureau? Agricultural Natural Resource and Environment Bureau. And how many are you?
Agricultural and Natural
Few.
Resources Environment Bureau.
30. And they
30,
say
30 what?
30 staff
30
doing it.
staff. Okay,
30 staff. They do it with the PSA, right? The Philippine Statistics Authority does it. Why do we need law? To institutionalize it. Why do we need many of the things that we do, but we want to institutionalize it? For example, there's a simple law, simple bill to institutionalize the 4Ps. Why do we need to do it? To enact it into law? It's being done already for decades because we want to institutionalize it. Here, we have been doing it, but it's ad hoc, and maybe they don't have support. The Philippines, then back to your first question, so hindi pala bago ito sa Pilipinas. Oo. The Philippines was among the first countries in Southeast Asia to conduct national capital accounting. Initiative started in the 1990s, continued in the early 2000s through Environmental Natural Resources Project. We call that the NRAP. This was a DENR-led project with the United States Agency for International Development, USAID funded, that did it. And then we have the Philippine Economic, Environmental, and Natural Resources Accounting, PINRA project that was implemented by the National Statistical Coordination Board and used the system of Environment Economic Accounting, SIA, framework with financial and technical support provided by the United Nations. So that was 1990s and 2000. In terms of policy, and this is interesting to mention, President Ramos understood this. He issued an executive order in 1997, EO 406, which institutionalized the PINRA system and mandated the DENR, NEDA, and the National Statistics Board to create units within their organizational structures to support the ENR accounting system. So it led to the creation of the PINRA unit within the DNR in their Planning and Policy Studies Office, and it's now known as the PPS. So the NEDA, agricultural staff, now the ANRES, which Yusek Adilion mentioned, acted as the PINRA unit in NEDA with support from the National Policy and Planning staff. So other government agencies, including DA and DTI, also designated existing units to perform functions related to PINRA. Ayan. Tapos, I thought it was 207. I'm corrected here. I was a young, year 2000 ko pala final ito. It says here in the briefer of NEDA. Year 2000, all of 40 years old, I filed this. Really? Are you sure? Kala ko 207. Anyway, I filed Senate Bill 1896. I guess Aquilino Pimentel Sr. interpolated me. No, I was not chairman of the committee, so it probably died in the archives. So I filed the bill in year 2000 to institutionalize PINRA system. But it says here the legislative measure did not progress. So the interest in natural wealth valuation was renewed following the Philippines' identification as a partner in the World Bank's Global Partnership Program on Wealth Accounting and Valuation of Ecosystem Services in year 2010. So this was the WAVES project. The implementation of WAVES in the country began in 2014, and the program promotes the adoption of the system of Environmental Economic Accounting Framework, which is an internationally recognized framework for accounting natural assets. So, simply put, it may seem complicated, pero simple lang po. Ito po ay nagbibigay ng halaga sa ating mga natural resources na hindi natin nabibilang sa ating pagsukat ng ating gross domestic product. Sinusukat po natin ang goods and services. Sinusukat po natin ang human capital, ang labor. Pero ang kapital ng ating likas yaman, hindi natin sinasama sa ating sukat. Siguro po, panahon na nating sukatan, bigyan ng valuation para malaman natin ang ating yaman or yung mga mawala sa atin.
Thank you for that reply, Mr. President. So our sponsor has mentioned parang the different ways of measuring something which is important to policy making, decision making, like GDP, which we always encounter. Diba? From GDP, we derive per capita GDP, we derive percentage of growth, GDP growth rate, which we always encounter, like the medium-term fiscal framework sponsored by our good friend here, Senator Angara, Mr. Economic Complexity himself, Mr. President. And then, So,
Are in my heart.
yung the other metric or measurement mentioned by the sponsor is the human development measurement. So, yes, I am aware that there is a so-called human development index, but maybe, just in case the sponsor has an idea, where do we use this index in policy making or in decision making?
HDI?
Yes, ma'am.
It's used, where do we use it? The Human Development Index
Tapos,
is a measure of our well-being. That's being used. NEDA uses that, no? Right? In the HDI is another aspect that measures our well-being. Ang pagsusukat ng ating, does NEDA have tools for HDI? Explain. Nutrition is
Sige.
part of it, no? HDI must be inputted and is being inputted in measuring our economic well-being. Human Development Index is part of it. Our education, our health, our life expectancy, life cycles, nutrition, I think, would be part of it. So all of this, HDI
Yes.
is part of it. So we're measuring this already, but we are not yet measuring our
So-
natural capital.
yes, yun na nga, Mr. President. So, GDP, we are measuring this, we're used to measuring this, we're using it in governmental decision-making processes. HDI also, definitely. Now, if we have this already, this Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, let's assume that the product is a number or a set of numbers. Is it one number? Is it a
Several numbers.
collection, a set of numbers? The next question, if we are now, if we have the numbers before us, how is the policymaker expected to use it or to react to it, Mr. President? Like a legislator, for example.
Mr. President, it's not just one number. In fact, you, as a mathematician, might get excited if I show you a graph of, it's very small here, the graph of a table that our PSA has developed. And this is based on the UN as well. So there is a table, there are statistical tables, and they have the tools, and when they measure our natural resources, we will have these output matrix of NEDA. It's called supply and use tables. It will draw from various statistical surveys, like on environmental protection expenditures, forest inventory, and the like. For the asset accounts, for the opening stock of resources, determine how much is extracted, and the resulting closing stock. So it's not just one output, many outputs, statistics, tables. Yes.
So for example, we now observe PENCAS. Let's say, I do not know what body will be in charge of coming up with the final numbers for PENCAS. It might be NEDA?
It's a PSA.
It's
which
a
is
PSA,
under NEDA.
okay. So we
Yes.
have, let's say, PENCAS will be, the numbers generated by PENCAS would be a booklet or thick, or a book thick,
Ayan,
and it's
yan.
given to the legislator. What is the legislator supposed to do with it, Mr. President?
The legislator, not just the legislator, it would be even the private sector, all of us. The implementation of PENCAS will enable both the private sector and the legislator to evaluate and communicate our reliance on nature, to offer a clear perspective to align the sustainable investment choices. Let's say on the government side, the disclosure of the private sector's dependence to nature will allow primarily financial institutions to better direct their businesses towards opportunities to mobilize private capital for environmental sustainability that will yield returns on investments and additional co-benefits. When we have valued a mountain, for example, we will know how much we will use if we chop off the mountain to build a road.
Tama.
So we have the tools for that. Right now, ayan, budget, public works.
Budget,
sige,
tama.
tibagin ang bundok. Pero hindi natin nakikita yung impact ng pagtibag ng bundok.
Correct.
Nararamdaman na lang po natin pagwasak na, namatay na, at nagbaha na.
Tama.
Pero ito, sinusukat natin. At meron na silang tools. At ngayon, nasasalanta na lang tayo, nagtataka tayo, how did we get, how did the Philippines get this bad when we're such a resource-rich nation? So the population is growing, we're measuring our HDI, our target all the time is an increased GDP, and growth is measured on goods and services. Goods and services, how about nature? How about the rivers which is full of shit? I mean, stricken off the record.
Garbage. Garbage.
But it is
Trash.
SHIT, yes, garbage and
Trash.
and trash. Okay, strike off the record my SHIT, but it's that. Garbage and plastics and the oceans. So, hindi po sinusukat yan. Nagtataka lang tayo, bakit? Pero kung merong panukat, alam natin. Imagine the awareness of lawmakers. Imagine the awareness of LGUs. Oh, tapos ecosystems, services, and ecosystems will be measured. Yung ating protected areas, susukatin ang impact niyan sa pang-araw-araw na buhay. So,
Okay.
I hope it's clear.
Sige po. Opo. The data and the information to be generated by the PENCAS will be useful and insightful for decision makers and policy makers in government, pwedeng legislators, pwedeng executive decision makers, as mentioned by our sponsor, DPWH, DENR, and even kasali po dyan siguro ang Philippine Reclamation Authority, Mr. President. Especially if we put a value to the ecosystem of Manila Bay. Tama po ba yun, Mr. President? Is that the correct application of PENCAS? Pag may PENCAS na tayo, the Philippine Reclamation Authority will have this information and data right before them when they make decisions, and they will now know the value of the ecosystem in and around the Manila Bay area.
Yes, they say it's correct. In fact, now, we have a tool. That's the Environment Impact Assessment, diba? That leads to the granting of an ECC. But if we have PENCAS, perhaps it will be more detailed, more quantifiable. It will be more quantifiable. It will be more quantifiable if we have the PENCAS tools to measure the impact of land reclamation, of tree cutting, of cutting mountains.
Just in case our sponsor is familiar with what are the tools or tests or standards used by the DNR for the issuance of environmental impact assessments or environmental compliance certificates. So, are these lenient compared to the PENCAS that we are proposing? Are these lenient?
More lenient?
I mean, the standards are not that strict, Mr. President? Kasi the impression I got is that if it's PENCAS system, then maybe some of those issued ECC will no longer be issued ECC because of the stricter or more stringent requirement and examination by the PENCAS accounting system, Mr. President. So, I want to be corrected if I'm wrong, Mr. President.
You're correct. It's useful, but perhaps insufficient or inadequate. Because if there's a PENCAS measurement, These EIAs seem to be nature blind. They
Environ.
they see
The E there is already environment,
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
President. How
But
can they be
they-
blind to the environment?
but perhaps the way it's measured may not be sufficient to be able to see the impact, because they don't measure the cost of the nature that's affected or extracted. So
Okay.
perhaps
Sige,
PENCAS
Sige, pasok na.
would be supplementary to EIA,
Laruin
right?
natin.
You're not taking out EIA when we have PENCAS.
With the indulgence of Senator Ligarda,
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros wants to have the floor.
Supplementary. Ang pen-
Salamat, Mr. President, and to the good sponsor and the minority leader. In fact, in some ongoing discussions, also with environmentalists about the different economic activities na isinasagawa na natin ngayon sa mga ecosystems, lumalabas na baka nga ripe for evaluation and amendment to strengthen mismong yung EIA system. And that is also why, as a co-author of the good sponsor, I welcome the filing of this bill on a PENCAS system. And I feel very positive about the line of questioning of the minority leader about how PENCAS, the EIA system, and other existing ecological instruments, policies, can complement each other in the policy framework. Salamat po, Mr.
Thank
President,
you very much.
and to the two colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Antiveros. Yes, the PENCAS will be used aside from the EIA, because I don't think it's
Can be used.
sufficient in measuring what will be lost. And see it on the ground. So many projects have an ECC based on a positive EIA, but we're flooded, there's soil erosion, our rivers and bays need dredging, but they all went through the EIA process for ECC. So there's something missing there, right? So this bill, I think, responds, as a Senate Deputy Minority Leader said, to the call of the times. We have ECC and EIA leading to ECC, but look what has it brought to our country. Yeah? So this bill provides the indicators that will integrate the concerns of nature in planning, policy making, and budgeting, that will adopt the standards, international standards. Hindi natin gawa lang ito under the environment SEEA, the environment, what's the other one? Evaluation accounting? No. Economic accounting, and ensures interagency coordination to link natural capital information. So,
Thank you. So before we proceed, Mr. President, may we congratulate the newest doctor in our chamber, Mr. President. The Senate President is back. Congratulations. Can we have a minute suspension to congratulate Dr. Subiri?
Yes, so that the senators can have the chance to congratulate our new doctor, Dr. Juan Miguel Subiri. Session suspended.
Also, Mr. President, if I may be allowed to continue with the permission of our sponsor. We were on the topic of environmental impact assessments, environmental compliance certificates, and I think the sponsor has a resource person from the DNR. Ang question ko lang po is, PENCAS concepts, techniques, and also techniques can be used by the DNR in their study of the environmental impact. So ang tanong, are they doing this? And if not, why are they not doing this when there is no legal prohibition from them doing this, adopting the
Yes.
PENCAS concepts, Mr. President?
Thank you for that question. It's very relevant. In fact, the DNR, Mr. President, and we have somebody here from the Biodiversity and Management Bureau, wish to use this. However, they would need the tools, the know-how, the personnel to deal with it, to be able to utilize the PENCAS approach of environmental economic accounting in the EIA system. There was an example cited by the lady from BMB who said something crashed into the jetty port. How do you explain if corals were affected? They may not have the tools and the statistical knowledge to be able to measure what was hurt in the process, what was destroyed. Similarly, when the Deputy Minority Leader mentioned about how China ravaged our corals as they traverse our seas, how are we able to quantify that? Because PENCAS would also include our subsoil, the waters outside of the 12 nautical miles up to our EEZ. So it would be very useful to have the statisticians of the PSA and the experts in the NEDA and the DNR collaborate with each other if this measure is institutionalized. And they don't have the plantilla staff. They don't have the MOE support. We don't have the consultants. They're all here for free, the private sector. Yeah. Dr. Marian de Los Angeles, Cora Claudio, aside, of course, from those in government who are forced to be here with me, but they are here for free. I'm not paying them, not even merienda, I think. So, but if we have this enacted into law, it can even bring about a new career of environmental economists, as you mentioned. We can have, meron bang environmental statisticians? No. What do you call the career of experts in PENCAS? By sector? What do you call it? For forest. Forest biometricians. For fisheries, what do you call it? Fisheries.
Siguro we can call them the same. Fisheries biometrician kasi bio is the life ecosystem. We can call them the same siguro. Yes. So yes, thank you for identifying the possible professions which will have new careers under this PENCAS system, Mr. President. So if that is the reason, DNR lacks manpower who will do the actual measurement, maybe also the expert manpower. So is this the reason why our measure calls for creation of plantilla positions, and may we get how many are we envisioning, and where are we creating this, and what are the the types of the positions that we will be creating, Mr. President?
Yun ang hinihingi nyo. Can I have it?
PSA.
It's not yet indicated. Okay, environmental.
May plantilla positions.
What is it?
Ilan? Saan gagawin sa PSA?
You don't have that yet. Oh, what is their wish? That there will be a division for environmental accounts, another division for ecosystems accounts, Another division for environmental statistics and indicators division under the PSA. Under the PSA for PENCAS, if enacted into law. And presently, there's no such division. Only, what is the name of that division? Right now, it's called the Environment and Natural Resource Account Division. But ideally, we could break it into 3 divisions: environment, ecosystems, environmental. Ano? Yung sinabi ko na yun.
Okay, so
Yes.
so
That's your wish. Why didn't, yeah, that's your wish, right? Okay.
so the necessary addition to government plantilla will only be in the PSA, Mr. President, or every department and agency will have to create new positions and hire new people so that they can observe PENCAS, Mr. President?
What? The DNR could be capacitated to have a division on PENCAS, but basically, it's the PSA,
And the D.
the Philippine Statistics Authority, is the lead agency. But I think, if you were to ask me, Mr. President, the DA, Department of Agriculture,
What does that
and the DENR must have a PENCAS division. I would like to have a PENCAS academy. I would like to have capacity building workshops in every region in the country. All right, we can even have our state universities providing courses and undergraduate degrees and master's degrees.
Well,
We can be a model for the world because we're the center of biodiversity in the world, and we're also the worst polluter. So we're most vulnerable, but we're so rich because we don't know what we have. We see it, but it gets lost because of greed and over-extraction. Until we measure it, itatagalugin ko, hanggang ipamukha natin sa mga Pilipino, sa mga henerasyon ngayon at sa mga darating pa ang ating yaman at na hindi natin sinasabi ang halaga, hayan, yung mga inuuka lahat, pinadadala sa ibang bansa, ay wala na, walang matitira talaga sa atin. So, if there is such level of awareness where the PSA is empowered to have this scientists deal with this. Look, they're not just advocates, they're not just politicians who advocate, they would have the science to back up our policy making. Diba?
The reason why I asked that question, Mr. President, is that I noticed in the bill that the DNR shall be strengthened to the creation of new plantilla positions, and this is also true with the DA, BIFAR, BSWM. What is BSWM? And then the
Soil and water.
Soil and water, yes. And then the NFRDI. So, the question is, what would be the budgetary implication of this measure, Mr. President?
We did not attempt to put or quantify a budget, Mr. President. That would depend on, because I don't want high expectations. I also don't want to undervalue, because they say in PSA they need 3 divisions and 89 plantilla. That's what they said. But it can be scaled down. It can be scaled down. So let me just see. The initial budget provided by the PSA and DNR would be, for the initial implementation when enacted into law, would be 888 million, I'm sorry. So, for personal services, MOE, capital outlay, regional office expenses, office space, contingency, blah, blah, blah. But all of this can change. It would really depend on how many we intend to give them. Eh, nabubuhay nga silang isang division, na ilang tao lang sila. We can start small, we can start big, we can give the whole thing, but we can adjust. And this reminds me again, when I was sponsoring the Climate Change Act in 2007, that was 15 years ago. The same thing. At the time, the elders were also asking me, someone asked me, why do you need a Climate Change Act? There will be climate change nevertheless. But we must prepare for it, and we must mitigate and adapt to it. And I had the People's Survival Fund, which was eventually taken out of the bill, of the measure, so it was enacted without the PSF at the time. So I did not also put a monetary value or the cost, because I would leave it to our better judgment perhaps when we finish the measure. We can discuss it, because the Chairman of Finance is here, listening intently. We will see whether he would have the funds to make this work.
Deduct from your...
Yeah. Yes,
Thank
deduct. Yes, I can-
thank you for that input. When we looked at the history of this effort, Mr. President, we have encountered many terms. We have environmental and natural resources accounting. Then we have integrated environmental management for sustainable. I withdraw that. Environment and natural resources accounts, and then we have Philippine Economic, Environmental and Natural Resources System. Iba-iba po, and then
Yes.
we have wealth accounting and valuation of ecosystems project.
I have it all.
I mean,
Show me.
so
Definition of terms.
have the concepts evolved, and is this the best? Is this the best concept among those that we have, among the concepts that we have
Give me the pages. It's here.
espoused before, Mr. President? Ito na talaga. This is now what we call the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System. This has the advantage over all of the other accounting systems or methods that I have mentioned, Mr. President.
Yes. Let me just look for the definition of terms. It is here. 1 minute suspension, Mr.
May
President.
waves pa. Ano ba itong waves natin?
Thank you to the Minority Leader for asking clarification because indeed these new concepts and new projects can be confusing sometimes. But just to put into the record, Mr. President, natural capital accounting, let's start with that. These are initiatives started in the Philippines as early as 1991, as you mentioned earlier, through the NRAP project, Environmental Natural Resources Accounting Project, and it was a DENR-led and a United States Agency for International Development funded project. That's natural capital accounting. There's another project, Mr. President, called the Philippine Economic, Environmental, and Natural Resources Accounting, PINRA. This started later than the NRAP, implemented by the National Statistical Coordination Board, and used the system of Environment Economic Accounting, the CA framework. I know that what the Minority Leader means is sometimes it can be confusing because merong PINRA, NRAP, CA, but that's why I am reading it into the record so that we know that first, these are projects which ensued that evolved into the PENCAS bill we are discussing. So una po ay yung NRAP, base sa paggamit ng natural resource accounting or natural capital accounting. Then the PINRA, so Philippine Economic, Environmental, and Natural Resource Accounting. Then later on, 2013 to 17, we have the Global Partnership on Wealth Accounting and Valuation of Ecosystem Services, WAVES, led by the World Bank, implemented by 8 developing countries that revitalized natural capital accounting. So as you see, when we started NCA, there was the NRAP, there was another effort to do the PINRA, and then maybe because it's not a law and it's difficult to understand, there's not much interest, there was no urgency, then we have the WAVES project. Nabuhay na naman hanggang 2017. Tapos, wala na naman. Kasi siguro, maybe they give up. That's why we should not give up now. Tapos namamatay. Sayang, habang itong mga statisticians sa likod ko, may mga advocates na dinidevelop lang nila, ginagawa lang nila in their own backyard, so to speak. So we have the PSA, the DNR, and I'm happy to see that the Laguna Lake Development Authority and the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, ICES, are partner agencies in the compilation of the accounts and the policy analysis. I'll have to find out what they did and how it benefited these two agencies. So at present, the PSA, Statistics Authority, is in partnership with the United Nations Statistics Division for another project for environmental economic accounting, focusing on the accounts under the system of environmental economic accounting, CIE. I know it can be confusing, pero siguro, simple natin. We are measuring our natural resources through environmental economic accounting. So all these names I'm mentioning are not definition of terms, projects that evolved from way back, Mr. President. Yes.
Yes, Mr. President. So kaya nga, the latest one is WAVE, so wealth accounting. So
Yes, WAVES.
that's maybe the concept is different. But when this measure becomes law, sana lahat po, PENCAS na tayo, PENCAS. We use the term PENCAS and that's
Yes.
it. PENCAS is a program, or PENCAS will become a project of some agencies, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
But
PENCAS.
yes, if this becomes law, is there some obligation, compulsion for agencies to adopt PENCAS? Wag na yung iba-ibang mga terms like wealth accounting, PENCAS lang po tayo. And then,
yes,
is
Mr.
there also
President.
a compulsion or an obligation
So
for
there's no confusion.
policy makers and decision makers to use the PENCAS results, Mr. President?
We can name it as such, unless you want to change the title, as long as the concepts are the same. The reason, Mr. President, why there are different names, because these are not different names. These are project names. These are projects funded by various agencies, including USAID, the United Nations, iba-iba po, and the World Bank. So, pinangalan ng UN, ng USAID, ng World Bank, iba-iba. Pero yung konsepto ng pagbibilang ng ating likas yaman, pareho din. Ganun.
Opo, yung ultimate objective na bigyan ng halaga ang ating nature stock. Yan po ang ating ultimate objective. But maybe these are, loaded terms with certain methodologies which are different from PENCAS. So, are we clear with PENCAS? And this is now the latest and best iteration of this concept where we take hold of nature stock.
Yes. Mr. President, I am told that it is consistent, it just evolved, and these are different names because it's different agencies, UN, World Bank, but it is all PENCAS. It's all measuring our nature stock. It's all measuring our environmental economic accounting.
Yes,
Yes.
does PENCAS already carry with it the methodology, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
So, okay. So kung maging batas po ito, standard na. PENCAS means something, basta yun po ang standard. Okay. Pero paano po yung compulsion or obligation for policymakers and decision makers to take advantage and use the information and the data? Pwede po bang baliwalain din po yan?
Yes. Mr. President, the DNR will use this, the bureaus and its attached agencies. The DA has to use it. The Soils and Water Management, Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Agriculture and Fishery Standards, the DOST, Pag-asa, the DOE and its family, the DTI, even the housing, the ILG, NCIP, NEDA, LGUs. So there will have to be a rollout of this new law once enacted so that people will understand its value and utilize it. Again, to look back. Remember, maybe 20 years ago, or when I started here, 98, 2000, when we talk about climate tagging. In my first term, I used to talk about climate change, disaster risk reduction. And I must admit, it was not appreciated then, 1998 to 2004. I would talk about DRR, disaster risk reduction. Resilience, right? It was 20 years ago. But now, yun po ang bukang bibig ng lahat, resilience, DRR. Even if you look at the Senate records then, parang hindi naintindihan or hindi binibigyan ng halaga. Siguro, within 20 years, they will look at the records that tayong apat dito sa hall, pinag-usapan yung mga byword na sa kanila na ginagamit. Admittedly, sa simula, hindi madali siguro ito. Kaya kailangan isabatas. Pag isabatas, lagyan natin ng plantilla at suporta. Tapos, i-roll out IEC, Information, Education, Communication, at saka i-mainstream natin sa DA at sa DNR among the other agencies. Tapos susundin nila. Yung climate tagging naman, hindi naman yan kaagad ginawa eh. When we were discussing climate, and remember, we also had capacity building in DBM for geotagging and climate tagging. So it takes time. But now, it seems like it's part of the process. So, mahirap sa simula, pero sigurado ako, pagsusuportahan ninyo at magkakaroon ng capacity building, especially with LGUs, then...
So, Mr. President, if this bill becomes law, adoption of PENCAS concept and methodologies will be optional for the agencies. going over PENCA statistics and using them in decision-making will also be optional among policymakers and decision-makers in government, Mr. President?
No, this will be mainstreamed. It will be mainstreamed. The PSA and the NEDA will take the lead with DNR and DA will have their own PENCAS divisions. And sayang naman yung batas if you don't compel. We will compel the agencies to utilize it, and the PSA and NEDA, they do the Philippine Development Plan. They should mainstream it. In fact, I think there should be an amended PDP. You have the PDP up to 2028, right? To include PENCAS, maybe a midterm with develop it 2025 to 28 or 2025. Why does it have to be into political timelines? It should be beyond, diba? It should be beyond. So we use PENCAS to have a sustainable development plan for the Philippines up to year 2050. When will we be carbon neutral or carbon negative? How do we transition? O ilan ang bundok na nakatayo ngayon? By the time ilang bundok na lang ang nakatayo, ganon. Ilang ilog ang buhay, ilang lawa at ang patay, ang oceans natin, anong nasakop na ng kabilang bansang ninanakaw ang ating karagatan? Ano na ang corals na pinapatay nila? I mean, ganon di ba? I'm simplifying what the work that they'll do. So it's
With the permission
exciting.
of the minority
Yes.
leader, may I just be indulged with a question? Who is the most advanced country with respect to adoption of a PENCAS type of environmental accounting? And what use do they make of this data, Your Honor?
Australia. I am told by Dr. De Los Angeles that Australia utilizes PENCAS. Norway.
Rights of nature.
But China does it also. Right? China has it also.
Who is seen to be the pioneer, I
Malaysia
guess, to
uses
rephrase
it, right? Who's the pioneer?
And what is the best use of the data that gathered, Your Honor?
In my notes, it says Hong Kong, India, Japan. Is that correct? Nobody is complete. Bangladesh, China, Malaysia. In my notes. Is that correct? Here. We have all the countries. Countries compiling environmental accounts. Okay, from developing muna tayo. Botswana, Chile, Korea, Colombia, Costa Rica, Indonesia, Mexico, Moldova, Namibia, Philippines, South Africa. Industrialized. Australia, Canada, Finland, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Norway, New Zealand, Sweden, UK, US.
No, I don't want to, I'm sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt the flow of the
That's
minority
okay.
leader. I just wanted to ask, who is the most advanced in terms of adoption of the data?
Of all of these
and
countries,
who, I don't need they can give it to us in writing, but who is, what is the best use of that data, Your Honor? You don't have to give the answer now. But.
Which country has the best use? In your knowledge, it's Australia. I am told it's Australia, but I still have to validate that. I don't have first-hand
Thank you.
knowledge.
Thank you for permitting the,
It would be
Thank
good,
you.
perhaps, to ask a briefing from
Yeah.
the Australian government, right?
Yeah, that would be a good idea, Mr. President. And if I heard the sponsor correctly, she mentioned the Philippines is on that list. So, and yet we are not happy with our capital accounting system as of the moment. So that's not quite a reliable, trustworthy list, Mr. President.
Because this is a list of countries that have tried capital resource accounting, but not all the aspects of environmental economic accounting are present.
So we look at Australia. That's the bottom line. If you
Australia
want to
is the
understand more about this subject matter and its use for decision making, we look at Australia.
You would say it's Australia?
Each country has its
Oh, wait,
own
hindi po. Sa akin po.
Each country its own contribution. Australia is water accounts.
Each country would have sectors in the environment that would be where PENCAS has been used. Australia, water, depending on the need. Now, the UK would be biodiversity. Oh, they use PENCAS for areas where they need it. Because Australia is water stressed, so they use PENCAS to measure water. Now, the UK, it's biodiversity. European countries would be carbon accounts. So, kung saan nangangailangan, ginagamit nila yon. Anong model na bansa sa lahat? So, the SEA, or Environmental Economic Accounting, is being used in different sectors where the need arises.
Okay, sige po. Basta, what is important is we have the system and then we can identify siguro the
Prioritize
natural
it.
resource that we want to
Yes.
measure or the
Yes.
ecosystem that we want to measure.
Yes.
And we will have the capacity to do so.
Yes.
Yan po
We
importante.
will have the capacity
Don't
already.
we need different competencies to do that? Will we maintain 1,000 experts all at the same time so that they will be ready to be deployed at any given time? Kasi kung ganyan po yan, ang dami po niyan. Forest systems, mountain valuation, lake ecosystems, the seas, the reefs, ano po?
They're
9.
only because there's no law and there's hardly any support. We only have 9, but we can develop more.
Sige po.
Oh. They're very optimistic. They're going to regional and subnational PENCAS.
Yun
They
na nga,
piloted already.
PENCAS, but to measure what? Sometimes kasi baka we will also be over-ambitious and we want to measure everything. Yun na, ang nangyayari. We will never finish organizing the office, Mr. President. Hindi pa siya, it will not do actual work sa laki ng binabalak gawin.
They
So-
measure sectors. For example, in Caraga, I am told they're trying to measure minerals. What's the other region? Cordillera. What are you measuring? What are you measuring?
Ano sagot ni Dina?
In Cordillera, they're measuring land, timber, and water. So, where there is stress, they're using their statistics knowledge,
Sige.
the environment impact, EEA,
Sige po.
yes, in
Siguro
those
basta
regions.
ang appeal ko lang po kasi ano rin to, sky's the limit din itong what you can measure because we can measure ecosystems and we can also try to measure sub-ecosystems, etc.
Yes,
And
ang dami.
we may not finish with the identification of the categories and subcategories, hindi pa natin ito ma-execute. So let's just be realistic and be practical, Mr. President. So there is no penal section or sanction
Hindi naman.
if PENCAS is not
Wala.
observed.
Wala
So
naman, no? Kundi kayo-
yan po yung
Ope-penalize.
yan po yung worry natin kasi the sponsor is well known for have stated that all the laws in the Philippines are optional, including those with penal provisions. Paano na po itong, what happens to an optional law, Mr. President? Baka yung resulta nito ay hindi rin po pansinin. What can we do to put value to the tables, matrices, and the booklet, which is the output or the product of the PENCAS system, Mr. President?
Well, I would not want to put penalties for violations, but I think people will see the importance of this, and the concerned agencies will do consultative mechanisms, mass collaboration measures to effectively popularize PENCAS and ensure wide comprehensibility and usage of the accounts. And any citizen shall have the right to information on any account generated under the Act, to have the standing to compel the performance of any of the mandates under this, and to seek justification from any government agency that may have ignored or neglected PENCAS accounts and indicators in their policy or decision-making. So, under Section 10, we included that any citizen can have the right to inquire, to compel, not inquire,
Yes.
not compel.
And go to court. Go to court to compel. Tama po ba?
Yes. A civil case.
Yes, a civil case.
Yes.
Kasi
But-
that's why I asked the question, meron kasing phrase dito, to have the standing to compel the performance of any of the mandates under this act. So, a citizen can now complain that
Why are you not taking
the
it into
mandates are not
consideration?
being performed.
Yes.
So, what would be the top 3 important mandates kaya that the citizen will now go to court so that to compel performance of the
So
mandate?
assuming this is already a law.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And why, let's say, the DNR, if there's a bureau, and they're still not using the PENCAS tools and way of measuring biodiversity, and they're still using EIA only but not measuring that way. So we can complain in our oversight function during their hearings. Oh, meron nito. Why are you not doing this? Diba? Ganun? Ay, ayokong court. Yeah.
Okay po, sige po. So basta andito sa section 10 yun, that any
Yes.
citizen can...
Yes, Mr. President.
Parang ang binibigyan natin ng ano ba to?
May konting ngipin.
Action ba yun? A locus standi as well as a anong tawag na? Action, right? Cause of action, a cause of action, yes. This will now be a section 10 cause of action under PENCAS law.
Yes, Mr.
Siguro
President.
last point na lang, Mr. President. At any rate, I hope we will be given time to study and then propose amendments if necessary. Ito
Yes.
po section 11, the rights of nature, it is phrased this way. Nothing in this act shall be construed to mean that nature has no inherent and intrinsic value separate and distinct from its economic value. Why do we need to state this, Mr. President? Totoo naman po ito. I agree, Mr. President, but to be a legal provision.
Where is it there? 1 minute. Yes. Okay. So you read the rights of nature provision.
Yes, ma'am. Apa.
Nothing in this act shall be construed to mean that nature has no inherent and intrinsic value separate and distinct from its economic value. This rights of nature provision is grounded in the recognition that humankind and nature share a fundamental non-anthropocentric relationship given our shared existence in the planet, and it creates guidance for actions that respect this relationship. What is a non-anthropocentric value is a value centered on something other than human beings. Legal provisions recognizing the rights of nature, sometimes referred to as earth jurisprudence, include constitutions, national statutes, and local laws in countries like Australia. There's a new legislation titled the Great Ocean Road and Environs Protection Act, passed in 2020, which recognizes the Great Ocean Road as one living and integrated natural entity. There's the Blue Mountain City Council of the Government of New South Wales that supported a mayoral minute and agreed to integrate the rights of nature into future operations and planning. Bangladesh. The High Court of Bangladesh in 2019 recognized the river Turag as a living entity with legal rights and held in the same would apply to all rivers in Bangladesh. Oh, it's so. Let's say in New Zealand, in 2017, the Wanganui River was granted legal status as a person. As a person, how interesting. I would like to declare the Pasig River
Because
as a
they only have
person.
3 million people in New Zealand.
Huh?
They only
Okay,
they only have
that's
3 million
why.
people.
Let me read
so
others.
They need more
For example,
people.
Argentina, there's a proposal for a national regulation on the rights of nature as a national law in a federal act. Because of your question, maybe I will file a you develop a bill on rights of nature. Anyway, a decision on the Inter-American Court sets a precedent on the rights to water, the right to food, to a healthy environment, and cultural identity. You know very well this is in our Constitution. Lawyers have argued that under Argentinian law, the orangutan by the name of Sandra should be considered closer to a person than a thing. Because it's probably an endangered siguro, no? Yung kanilang orangutan. Spain, ayan, closer to the presiding officer's heart. In September 2022, the Parliament adopted a law recognizing the legal personhood of Mar Menor. What is this? And his basin, thus becoming the first ecosystem in Europe with its own rights. How interesting. In India, the Punjab and Haryana High Court of Chandigarh declared Sukna Lake, a lake, as a legal person for its survival, preservation, and conservation. So, ang dami, they declare lakes and rivers.
The Deputy Minority Leader is raising her hand.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the two colleagues on the floor. Just to add to what the good sponsor is saying, thank you for saying that she would file a rights of nature bill. This representation actually has a pending bill on the rights of nature and would
very
love
good.
to invite the good sponsor to co-author that. Precisely sharing that perspective na non-anthropocentric, na hindi lang tayong mga tao ang tanging species na nabubuhay sa planetang ito. And that rights of nature bill here in the Philippines was preceded by jurisprudence already. I'm
Yes.
just trying to recall the exact case, but the resource persons of the good sponsor would know this. At least one case na kinilala na yung, it was of course a person who filed this case in court, but it was upheld by the court that the dolphins and whales, I
Yes.
think, passing through a certain channel between islands in the Visayas have rights.
Yes, of
No?
course.
And this rights of nature bill is an embodiment of that. So hindi ho pahuhuli ang Pilipinas, humahabol po tayo. So this rights of nature bill and the PENCAS bill can be considered a companion measure. Salamat, Mr.
Very
President.
good. Thank you for that, Senator Ontiveros. I'm glad to include Section 11, which is a introductory measure to your full measure
Thank
on
you.
the rights of nature. I would love to co-author
Thank you
that.
for that. So thank you for the reply, Mr. President, and the interjection of our Deputy Minority Leader. So last point na talaga, ito na po last. Section 4 mentions adjusted net savings. Pero wala po siya sa definition of terms. So siguro
we will
in
put
writing na lang, Mr. President, if we can
In writing
ask
na lang, net savings.
for an explanation on what that is. Kasi simple words, but combined together, the three words might have a technical meaning. We need to define it, Mr. President. Sige po, siguro,
Yes.
siguro
They will do a clear, simple
if
definition
we can
of
be
net
given in
savings.
writing an explanation, and if the sponsor will entertain or will consider already amending
Of course.
by putting it in the definition of terms.
Lagay nyo
Okay.
in net savings. Yes.
Yung mga-
I would be
they-
happy.
The experts should not assume that simple concepts and terms are understandable by the laity, Mr. President.
Yes. We will definitely define net savings, and we will be happy to receive the amendments from the minority leader to further enhance the measure.
Kala ko sa loob ito na po.
And I invite the Deputy Minority Leader, because the rights of nature is very short here. You want to already include some of your provisions in your pending bill so that it's already encapsulated here. Kaysa buong proseso, you can still pass it, we can still co-author that. Pero one line lang kami dito eh. Pwede mo i-enhance to. Right?
Sige po, it will only enhance the bill anyway. It will not
Yes.
damage or degrade
It will
it in
enhance
any
it,
way.
yeah.
So, okay po. So, thank you for the patience, Mr. President, of our sponsor, as well as of our two other colleagues who are here participating with us in this dialogue. This is only a dialogue, Mr. President.
I
And,
love to have dialogues with the minority leader. You know, he's
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And at the proper time, when we include the members of the BICAM, I would like to have him as well as, pwede ba yun? The two minority will be members of my BICAM. Kayong dalawa. Yes. Thank you very much.
Yes, what is the pleasure of the good sponsor? Is it her pleasure that the period of interpellations and debate, if there are no other, yeah?
Yes, there. Can you?
The majority leader is here. The majority leader is here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I-close na natin.
Sorry. I'm still on a meeting. Mr. President, with no... Mr. President, no member wishes to interpellate or ask any questions. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
Any objection? Hearing none. The period of interpellations and debate is closed on the Committee Report 120, the PENCAS law, and congratulations to Senator Legarda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move... Mr. President, we'll continue with the amendments tomorrow. And so I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2439. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of Senate Bill 2439 is, we suspend consideration of Senate Bill 2439. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 26th Session, Monday, September 25, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The Secretary will now read the items in the reference of business.
Message of the President of the Philippines, letter of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., dated 25 September 2023, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Number 2221, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers.
To the Rules Committee.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 811, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry over the recent cyber attack incident on the PhilHealth website and all other websites of other government agencies. Senator Villar M.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
812, congratulating and commending the University of the Philippines President Edgardo J. Angara, UP PEDIA Fellowship Awardees. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Rules, thank you to Senator Majority Leader Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. At this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, September 27, 2023.
Any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, September 27, 2023. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President.